Ah, damn. Testing. Welcome to episode 227 of Beauty Magazine, the Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. Our story takes place in the year 2008. At that time, the magazine is 10 years old. Beatrice Ullbright founded her magazine based on the idea of individual beauty and anything could be beautiful, and not just models and celebrities and expensive products and things like that. Unfortunately, around 2004, her magazine and another beauty magazine and their publishers were bought out by Simon Barnes and his Regency Publishing, and him not knowing, one way or another what the magazines were about. He just saw they were both some sort of beauty magazine and mashed them together and made the workers work together and put Beatrice in charge only because her magazine had more sales at the time. And it just hasn't worked out. And it took like 4 years, but after arguing for 4 years, she finally fired the two people that were in charge of that other magazine that got merged into hers. And so she's been trying to get back on track with what she was trying to originally make. But she's had a setback. She was recently diagnosed with some sort of cancer, and it's been wearing her down, and she's been forced to take some vacation time to try to get treatment. She has not told anybody at the magazine about this. They don't know that she's battling an illness, and they just know that she's been taking some vacation time for the first time in forever. In the meantime, she's hopeful that the team that she had still working for her, including some of the new people that she had in charge, are going to be able to steer the magazine in a direction that's better. Maybe it's not her vision, maybe it is, but she's hopeful that it's something better than what it was going to be. So, our series features Sims 4 gameplay. Occasionally we do some building, and sometimes we pretend to make magazine pages or covers or articles or whatever, by taking pictures of things in the game, and then I use a website to make the pretend-looking magazine pages. For example, let's click on our March issue. So we have our image of Aubrey Thornton. She's a young actress. Our thumbnail with our main characters. An advertisement that the game had, one of their posters, and then something that I put together with these hair dryers from one of the kits. And then I put together this for a toothpaste advertisement, along with this facial mask one, and this sunglasses one, and a laundry detergent one. And then this is something that's on a poster or painting in the game. Along with, so is this and this soda can. And then I put together this, fashion spreads. Basically, it's like, I have the designers that I came up with, and each one came out their own version of a line of like cardigan and skirt type thing, or dress and a cardigan. And this was around Easter time, because in 2008, Easter was in March, so the March issue featured some Easter friendly clothes. Easter. I saw this word friendly here, and that's why I said that. And then we have the stuff that you can find at the department store that's similar if you're looking for a similar cardigan type look, or a jacket with a dress, or something for Easter. And then this is already in the game. I just kind of updated it a little bit with Lily, so that it's like Lily brand perfume. And I made this advertisement for sunblock along with this one. And then I made somebody named Helena Rose to be the designer of these dresses that just so happen to be the ones that Penny Pizzazz ends up wearing on every year one of these came out, and Penny Pizzazz was the one to wear it on the cover of our magazine. She was our first cover model. Like here's how she looked on the first cover. And then recently she was on our cover again for the April issue. This was also the first issue. She cut her hair like within the same weekend. And now she's back to long hair several years later. We are currently working on our June 2008 issue, which is a wedding-themed issue. So, it's a bit of a project for me. I'm kind of... I can't make every single article and fill up every single magazine and all that, because, we'd still be working on the April issue if I was doing that. And it's strange enough doing how much gameplay we do in storytelling, and then only 1 or 2 magazine issues has gone by, and it's like, well, how are you getting all that happening in just a couple of weeks? So it's it's just one of them things, I guess it's kind of like the magical time of the pregnancy in the game, where 9 months fits into 3 days, while other things are taking forever. I want to update some of these advertisements. Maybe if I think of it, I'll do some of that in this episode. Okay, there's our playlist link. Or at least that's what I'm trying to do. There it is. All right. So, for the past few days, I've been having some new people come into the magazine building, and we've been training them to do writing, because Jocelyn Lattimore here in the green and yellow is our second in command. She's kind of running things right now while Beatrice is away, and she's trying to get more content in the magazine, and she wants the magazine to be filled with content, not just advertisements. She doesn't like it when, there's magazines out there where they'll have like one magazine that's like, feels like 50 pages, and then the next issue comes out and it feels like 400, and then the next one's like 200. But you open them up and they're all like, no matter what, there's like 50 pages of ads in each of them, at least. And she wants it so that if you pick up her magazine, or the magazine, that for every page that is an advertisement, there has to be some sort of content that was written or created or that's not paid for by a company. Something for people to read or look at, even if it's like travel photos or something. There's got to be something in there. Something for somebody to enjoy. So she's brought in some people and kind of been teaching them. If they already had writing skill, great. But we try to get like everybody up to like level 10 skill by doing the mentoring and all that, and so that's what we've been doing. And then we've done some other things too. In the past few days, this past week, I went and was hooking up some couples to get them engaged, for some potential couples to be, from engaged to married, to be featured in the magazine, to possibly have their weddings take place at the magazine building, because we have them catwalks that don't really get used for fashion shows. And I also would like to have some people for, featured as like makeup models or dress models who are actually getting married. But then they don't necessarily have to wear the dress that they're going to wear for their wedding. They can model somebody else a different dress. That way you don't have like the spoiling the surprise of what, like if their groom would accidentally read the magazine or something, they're not going to see the actual dress that they're going to wear, but they can wear a dress. All right, so I'm not sure what we're doing yet tonight, but the one thing is at the moment I'm not dead tired like I was starting to get last night, so maybe we'll finish up doing some of these writing things real quick. Let's see. Okay, so Judith Ward is up to level 8 on her writing. Okay. How about you go? We're just going to have you Rebecca Clark's up there. Okay, these are the clones, right? The clone rooms. So I want you to just come on up here and practice your writing. And then Becca, how are you doing? You're level 10? All right. So Becca's all set. Haley Miranda, you're good. Haley Houghton is not. You need to work on your writing some more. So, all right. Let's have Rocky, have Yeah, so Haley, you get mentored by her. Okay. Fiona, you're level 10. Okay, you're over here with Lacey. What does Lacey have? Only level 8? What are you doing? Okay. Okay, ask for writing mentoring from Fiona. And Jocelyn's right here. And then Rocky doesn't have anybody to mentor. So, where's Haley at? Good. All right. You go here. Actually, no, don't go there. Go here. Okay, have we paid the bills? Yeah, whatever. You can like a high energy sim. That's not nothing wrong with that. There, help her out with her writing. Because you're part of that project. So we're helping Judith Ward with her public image. She wants to change her public image because, you know, her current public image is that she's a gold digging bitch that marries men for money and takes their houses and divorces them and all that, when that's not really what's going on. What's really going on is she married assholes that some of them would even be physically abusive to her, and they mutually divorced to keep the accusations and whatnot from going public. And she ended up with their houses and then just sold them to get out of those places because she didn't want to live there anymore. But she's recently married a non-celebrity type person who's just a nice guy, and before her baby bump shows, cause I haven't gotten her pregnant yet because it only takes 3 days to have the baby, but story-wise, Judith Ward is pregnant with Sammy Small's baby, and she wants to try to change her image before anyone finds out she's not only pregnant, but married again. You know, she wants people to know that she's not the mean bitch that she seems like. And so she's having Jocelyn and Haley here help her out. But she's wanting to do it like quietly. She doesn't want to be the cover model. She doesn't want to splash the title of the article all over the front page of the magazine. She just wants to put a blurb somewhere in the magazine about, you know, things that are happening with her. And at some point, she might even start doing a column. You know, have her own page in the magazine about, you know, maybe her own take on behind the scenes from, excuse me, I think I ate too much. You know, Like, she could be a behind the scenes reporter from, the, damn it, award shows and whatnot. I don't know, whatever she wants to do, but because she's wanting to stop. She doesn't want to keep having to do the movies and everything all the time. But yeah, Judith Ward wants to change her image, so it's become a bit of a project. But that's why she's up here getting her help with her writing, because she's trying to hide the fact that she's here at the magazine to begin with. She doesn't want paparazzi following around here, and when she's down here mingling with the regular people, they tend to, want autographs and all that, and faint and all that silly stuff. Gosh, Jocelyn, you sure did max out quite a few skills there. Well, we've only been playing with this character for, 8 months. Yeah, that's right. It has been 8 months. So, stands to reason. Yes, it does. Mailbox. Yeah. Okay, so we've got how many people here right now? We've got 8, so we can't have any more that way. But now if I do the stay over though, that counts as like an event, and they can't. I don't think I can do a different event while that's happening. So we're probably not going to do that. You know what? Let's see. It's winter. Let's get rid of the lottery ticket day. We don't need that. Spice Festival this week. Yeah. That's just about all that's this week, though. Flea market. GeekCon. Well, that's because we didn't go to the humor one yesterday. Okay, it is currently nighttime. Let's gather your impressions real quick. See if we can't get you a little bit of a promotion of some sort. A raise in pay or whatever you gotta do. Let's have you go ahead and do these. I want the whole collection of these, whatever kind we've got. Okay. Um,
check the phone. Yes, why? Oh, the big boy. Look at the name. Go turn like this. Is that a pen? Has it on? Oh, go yes. Oh, ooh, ooh. Oh, the big boy. Sean, bueno, Josie.
All right, Judith Ward is done. Okay, so Judith, what do we want you to research? Yeah, create a profile, but don't use your real name yet. Yeah, you became friends with yeah. So let's have you invite her over. Oh, too late. It's freaking yeah. It's that time. How are you with dancing? You're not completely done yet, so as part of your therapy from your feet issues that you've had in the past, your doctor wants you to do some light dancing. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we're all done with you. She's done. You did a good job, Fiona. She's level 10. She's good now. All right. So Fiona, I want you to do some cross stitch, at least as much as you can do. I should make a design school of some sort. You know, a school that kind of looks like some sort of... I mean, I don't know if that's here or not, because this is supposed to be a magazine building. Now, it would have been if it wasn't just a magazine building. If I'd have had this been a fashion design place, you know, like, I think originally that's what it was supposed to be in Sims 3 when I made it the first time. Was more of a fashion design place and not so much a magazine. But you know, I had a bunch of like the drafting tables and stuff in the offices at that time, because that's what Sims 3 had. I don't necessarily want you to have to go home right now, or I mean, go to a different lot. Let's just get out a box of cross-stitch stuff and go digging. Yeah, let's just have you start out small. See if we can get how many of these things we can get you to do without you pricking your fingers and all that. Why you gotta go that way? What, do you gotta go sit on the couch instead? Where are you go? Stop. Just stop. Just no. No, you didn't have to sit in those chairs. Fine, have it your way. I'll have to make a sewing room of some sort. And you've already poked yourself either you've already poked yourself too many times, or you finally stopped because I told you to stop. Well, here, come here and try to research that. Alright, where's that other computer? Okay, that's a research and debate thing. Well, we'll just let you do that for now. In the meantime, well, you're supposed to have leveled up. Why? What are you? It said you reached max. Why are you still like doing this? We need a school of fashion design. Can't have we can't have a series like this without an actual school of fashion design somewhere. Um, yeah, it's gotta exist somewhere. Um, is it possible to change? We can change the venue. At least I'm assuming we can. Oh. Okay, well let's get out of here then. You know, do we actually use the art gallery? I mean, other than a place to go for, you know, I mean, it is an arts gallery, an arts center. We could probably just, let's just update this one. All right, so yeah. Now, what do we got going on down here? We have a large painting that goes up into this wall here. Okay. So we could we could pretend like the School of Fashion Design is here at this arts place. You know, let's just go this far with it, so we're not removing that. And then we'll put do you want to just turn this into glass walls, or you want to keep this theme, or what? I don't know. But what I do want is... See, the problem is you have to already have the knitting stuff on you, unless you tell somebody else to knit, then they can pop it out. But there's no way to... I don't think there's a way to just have stuff and pick it up. You have to, like, previously have it in your inventory. Um, Okay, that's got the knitting stuff. Not knitting, but cross stitch. Okay, so that's the only piece that's got. All right. Okay. Well, let's is there a frenzy where we can use? No, not nifty knitting. Get that out of here. There. Just pull this down here so we can have the upper floor to ourselves. Yeah. Okay. Because I want there to be a School of Fashion design on this floor. Alright. Yeah. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. 9 by 9 it is. Well, 9 by 8. What do we got here? On here, you can have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Alright. So 10 by 9. Unless, of course, you bring it out to here. Now, are these... How much do you need for a classroom? Can you make it so I can see the thing? I can't see the thing. I can't see the... I can't see the line. I want to see the line. I can almost see it. Can't see the line, can you, Russ? Okay, that sticks out about... what is that, about 4? Well, it's probably not showing because it won't fit. Well, how wide is this? So that's 4, 3, so that's 11. You need it to be at least 11 wide. And then that looks like 8 by 11. Well, that's all well and good, but you still need to have the stuff in here. You still making this right now? Well, I don't have to make the thing right now completely. Let's just, let's do this. Let's get the general idea. That way we know what we're trying to make. And pop one of these down. And one of these. And let's get some chairs. Yeah. So I'll come back to this later, but got a School of Fashion here that I'm working on. Probably should have had that all along, but who's teaching it? Well, I mean, I don't necessarily need Miss Kimbrough to teach it. Yeah, but look, I don't want to spoil what may or may not have happened in World Without You by saying such a thing. Now, we know that if anybody watched episode 10, there was a hint that it could have been possible in following episodes that she could lose her teaching job if they cut the creative writing. Now, I don't want this series to be any... What happens in this series is not necessarily what happens in World Without You. Because I can't have that. There's a story that's supposed to happen in World Without You that I can't finish it because of the way I have to make those episodes. And I don't want to spoil it. There's some very certain events and things that are going to happen in that story. And there's things that, as I've gone on and added characters and evolved them, just like I do in this story, I don't want to just spoil what's going to happen with those characters. You know, Miss Kimbrough is going to have things going on with her. Miss Bird's going to have things going. Everybody's going to be having things going on with them in that story, if I can ever find a way to get back to it. I mean, let me just say it like this. I can't make the episodes for that without doing the music for it. And I can't do the music on a live stream. You know, that's the type of thing where I have to listen to the music and make the scene with the music and then remove the music after I've made it so that you all can choose to listen to the music while you're watching it, but it's not in my video. So until that happens, you know, I can't live stream that. And it's like, I can't do it that way. I can't make a video editor story like I'm doing with this. This is different. I'm just live streaming and coming up with a story as I go along. World Without You is not the same kind of thing. I can't live stream making those episodes. At least not the way I was. Now, one of these days, I'll probably just give it up and say, well, I guess we won't be doing the music no more, and I'll just get on with it. But when I do that, it's going to hurt, because that music means a lot to me. I mean, the whole point of the thing was to have that music along with the series, and yeah, anyway. So for those who missed it, we recently had the 2 new kits that popped in. One of them had these items, the mudroom kit. As far as my series, you know, having some shoes to take pictures of and some boots to take pictures of, that's kind of cool. And these bags here, I can make some like advertisements and stuff out of this. I mean, for one thing, I already had a similar boots thing. For the April issue, we had this April showers thing going on. And then I came up with these Golly Hoppers boots, and I had them on the mannequins and took pictures of them. Well, now we've got some standalone boots that I could take pictures of and make a different Golly Hopper advertisement. So, and then we could do one for these fitness, you know, these Converse type shoes. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, this is what you get with the kit, and I like this kit overall, except that it really, really annoys me when they give us a shelf like this, and I can't put them on that shelf. Now I could pick up a small item and put it there, but I can't put the other item on there. That's really annoying. Why do they bother giving us this stuff if you can't use the shelf? Let me check something. Can't put these books on it. It's just really, that's really stupid. It makes it worthless. I mean, if you're trying to fill a thing, you can't. I wish somebody would just have a brain once in a while and let us do, if it fits on this one, do it for that one and that one equally. They should all equally be able to have whatever on each of them. It's just stupid otherwise. Okay, so they gave us these, but they didn't give us a bottom one, I don't think. No, I'm not seeing the symbol for the new kit. I mean, I could put one down here and pretend it's doing that, but I can't use that as a... Yeah, I like the stuff, but it's just that really annoys me when they do that with the shelves. There's just too many shelves that I want to use, and I can't fill them with stuff. And then I have to buy another shelf and put, instead of having a full shelf of like 10 items, I get to put like an odd number, like 7 on it. And then that leaves 3 items on another shelf. And it's like, well, I don't want 7 and 3. So anyway, you continue to do your dancing. Judith, you're finished with your writing skill. Okay, you're dancing. You are still learning.
Boy, Miss Arnu. Ringo. Oh, yo-yo. Room.
Okay, so you learn that. You reached level 10. You've been level 10 since 7 years ago. Let's have you... Watch that. Okay. I want you to continue to fill out these bulletin board things, the dream boards, whatever you call them. Because I want to get all of them complete and have like one of each type. But you got to have somebody doing like the influencer job in order to do that. So, because they have to sketch on here and then do the thing on there, apparently. Okay, well, in the meantime, okay, so is there any way to just have them practice knitting and not necessarily make something? Because that's really annoying. You just have to go sit in the blue chair, don't you? Whatever. Alright, so you're doing that stuff. Judith, you were researching gardening. um,
well. Uh-huh. Oh. Well. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh.
what, we can't eat that? No. Um, do I have books in here for them to read? Any of these books? No. Poop. Alright, well. Is there a mirror nearby? Yeah, here, go do this really quick. Help you get rid of that buff thing.
Chocolate vanilla frost. Oh. Uh-huh. Hold on. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Kinda Darky. Inja. Jovi. Hebrew. Hanga. Aziz. Superb. Superb. Shabby Frosty.
All right. All right, so you're still level 9.
Pinkuba Koiba? Yalla Nim. Ah, yes. Huh. Hello. Swoosh, Armageddon, Olab. Grandsborough Gamey. Shalip, Nero, Clank.
Okay, time out. I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up. Come back and probably get my headphones going. Might have everybody already up to level 10, except for a couple of them here. I mean, I gotta finish her off. You're done. Done. So the only one actually learning writing right now is Haley Houghton. All right, I'll be right back. Probably gonna be eating my crackers when I get back. Something. I'll be doing something. I wish there was an actual skill for fashion design. I mean, okay, we got the cross stitch and we got the knitting, but I mean, I guess entrepreneur might be close, but like trying to figure out how to learn entrepreneur is the problem. Is there for the business, is there a business activity that we can do that has anything to do? I mean, we attend classes and lectures, that's obvious, but cross stitch, we can make everybody do cross stitching and knitting. Practice tattooing. That's, you can have a tattoo school, I guess, but on Sketchpad. Well, okay, so if I did the practice tattooing, that at least makes them use the sketch pads. If I don't have any tattoo tables, they'll be using the sketch pads to do that, and it would at least look like they're doing fashion design stuff. I mean, not going to hurt to have, like, everybody learning how to do tattoos. It's not like they have to go do them to people. Make them all kiss each other while they're learning how to cross stitch? No. Now, if they had a thing where it was like complain as your social, then I could call it a stitching bitch. Yeah, that's really the only activity that we can add is the sketchpad one. That would make it look cross stitch, knitting, and sketchpad tattooing. That would be the only thing to do that would look like anything as far as having people come and do stuff. Now, is that something I can tell employees to do? Tend a tattoo table. Of course, the painting is one thing. I mean, they could be like, they could be sketching their stuff on painting too. But I really miss the drafting tables that they had in Sims 3. That at least looked like something. Okay, so we can't have the employees do the stuff. They won't do the stuff. That sucks. I mean, I suppose we could have them just read. You know, people could be reading in a certain room. You know, like it's a classroom. But you can't have. It's like you can't have the employees do something different than what the customers are doing. What about a group? Who doesn't have a group right now? Well, a lot of people don't have groups right now. Can I make a group? Do research. I can use the research computer. That fancy one. So, anyway, we could do something like that. We could have either a club but the thing is, a club is like just just certain people do the stuff. Whereas you run a business, anybody can show up doing it. I could even make a rule. Well, either way, I can make a rule where they have to have some cross-stitch skill. Knitting. But then they won't, if they don't have any of that stuff already, it doesn't do anything. You won't get anybody. It won't help to make anybody if they're not already started, because they won't be able to show up. It's just a matter of whether you put that as required or not. It could be a suggested one, So that helps. But if you make it required, then first of all, the sim that you've got starting the group has to have that. Like when I was trying to do the jobs ones, like certain things like this, like if you're doing this and to say they have to be in a style influencer career, well, the person you got starting it out has to be in the style influencer career. So. We have work today, don't we? Yeah. All right, Fiona, I think we might have you join the style influencer career. Did the other one show up?
Fun and grabby? Oh, yes. Oh, Rinka, Schroze Sabini, Zoom, Peruda, Seneca, Bispa, Lona, Kinnick, Sorspa, Rinka, Sorspa, Kitsune, Kinkubu Koiba. Oh, yes. Cool.
You do. Oh, Lord.
What are you so mad about?
Narcobo.
Joy.
Oh,
Subao.
oh,
Today. Oh,
Steve.
Oh,
Droga.
no. Nicola.
Russia. Loima Sharno. Ah, yoyum. Swell.
Yo, there.
Shinoyum boya. Garibane Unkam Lamina. War. Retinus Slinshi. Arlene Yorid. Kazoo Liva Camille. Ooh. Hito Shippy.
The dress.
Nice.
Ringo.
Scoop.
Oh no, y'all stole my business ideas, huh?
Kimbalaya. Zumona Zero.
That's okay.
Finia
That's the whole point of me doing this stuff. I want to inspire some people to maybe play the game. Be nice if some more people were to pop up on YouTube, like playing The Sims in some way, just so I could have some things to watch. Hello? Not right now. We're busy. We are busy. We are busy. We're not. At some point, I will have somebody be an actress and all that and figure out what that gameplay is like, but it is not this day. Oh, damn. Alright, we got a lot of things going on here right now. Oh boy, here come the sneezes. Oh, that's right, she had to go down to go up. Really? Yep. That's how it works. What skills you got, girl? Oh, you got some skill. Yeah, we can talk to her while we're at work. Yeah. What are you going to do? Fire us for that? We just did the mirror. Jeez Christ. Now, is this at least... I mean, is she having fun doing this? Or do we need to actually dance? Well, here, let's do this one and try to get that thing out of the way. Yeah, thanks for dropping by there, Rami. I think that was Rami. Who's out there? Is that Dorothy? No, it's paparazzi. You can just stay out there. Fiona. Is your owie cured? Okay, your owie's cured. You can go do some more cross stitch. Where do I have you living? Let's take Rocky with us. Rocky, Rocky. You're so cool, Brewster. Oh, okay, I got her living... She's living here with Miss Stone. And then, Mr. Norwood's over here. Where's... Is Claire at work right now? I think Claire's at work. I think that's why she's not here. Alright. Mark and Mikey. Have we met? No, we haven't met you, so let's meet you. Crystal, stop where you're at. Let's repair our relationship with Crystal. I don't know what's going on with these two, but they don't need to be... Who's that? Oh, there's a customer of the, whatever, the Culinary Academy that's supposed to be here, but it's not. Because I replaced it. That's not what I told you to do. I did not tell you to insult. No, we're not going to insult. You're going to do nice things.
No being broody. Broody be the day so.
Here, you talk to Mikey. And then after that, share ideas. And then after that, let's share photos, because that's usually a positive thing. No, I told you to do something, you're gonna do it. Oh, you're just walking over there to do it. Okay.
Agra. Yabo.
Here, lay on the ground and do some cloud gazing. That way you can't insult each other. Yeah, that's right. Lay the opposite way of the hill. Although if they'd have went the other way, they probably would have been in the hill. Okay, so they're not gonna be doing anything else. Okay, yep, Jocelyn's home.
Bakel, Duffooty. Red Hunky Steve. Yes. Bonnet Grobby. Oh, yes. Baba Zorful Oops. Oops. Pika. Yes. Okay. Quava Vince Zipplehoka. Yes. Oh. Two Rivas. Yes. Zippuba. Vermicelli. Neva well. Tor. Hakyoin Limla. Monil. Kivaya. Arabe. Injane Manzo. Gaffa. Fleur base. On a turb. Zippe. Jensiba. Karoo. Turfna. Zorzia. Shursha. Oh. Davishi Slegum. Kankuya.
I didn't know the window was missing over there. Oh yeah, that probably happened because I pasted the baby room from the apartment. And then it took away the yeah. Okay. Okay, you guys are friends now? Alright. Alright, y'all can go home now. Mission accomplished. We got them to stop being enemies. Okay. Jocelyn, let's see. Okay, you're just over there. You're still needing your skill, aren't you? Because we interrupt. No, it says you're done. Are you done? Yep, you're done. Judith was done. Becca is done. Alright, so all of these Sims are level 10 writing. So they can all write articles. It's just a matter of figuring out what articles they would usually be writing. Not that they have to only write certain ones, but, you know. Now, Haley Houghton, she's a character that I made in my PB Sims Walbert series that I was going to do way back when. When I first started to play American Truck Simulator on YouTube, I was gonna do a story where this young kid, it's kind of, if you've ever seen the movie Sneakers, or no, not Sneakers, Hackers, with was it Johnny Lee Miller and Angelina Jolie and all that. If you've seen that movie, it was something like that with crossed with The Last Starfighter. But involving truck driving and the American Truck Simulator game. And mob bosses. Where is that? Come on, where? Where the hell is it? Ah, here it is. Okay. But we didn't get as far as the part where there would be where Haley Houghton's character would be used. So I was trying to do a story. It was a mashup using The Sims and American Truck Simulator. The story is that his family were truck drivers. His mother, father, and uncle all were driving trucks. The dad died in a truck accident. And then his mother stopped driving trucks and swore off driving trucks ever since then, and didn't want PB, whose name in the series is Peter Bill, kind of like Peterbilt truck, but Peter Bill Sims. But she didn't want him driving trucks, but he then got on the computer as a child and they moved to Redding, California, next to a location of Eddie's, the Eddie's store, which is like a little like Walgreens, CVS size store, similar to that Walbert that I've got in here. It's not a Walmart, but in here I got it as Rocket Thrift Store, if anybody's seen that. Here, I can probably find it. Yeah, this thing. This is the Walmart one. Eddie's is blue instead. And what I had done was like, I was building the buildings from American Truck Simulator in The Sims. You know, I got like the big Walmart here. That's the other version. And the warehouse. The other style of Walmart or Eddie's. Yeah, let's just watch it. It's only 7 minutes. We got time to kill. One second though. I don't remember if I had. I might have had music playing. So I'm gonna skip ahead to past the. Because otherwise I gotta put in the description the music and all that. This was on my older computer, so it's not as good as with the graphics and all that. I didn't know it looked like this when I recorded it. It looked better when I was actually recording. Yeah, that's his dad.
Daisy Such, Jamie Tan, Bela, Nero Grifno, Pafor.
Simze Chorib, Yivka Bumzoi, Falanas Pitfall, Vivange, Moochie, Peachy, Yidnabi Flemon Shusha.
Aww, yo.
Or Mac. Ken W. Sims is the son.
So.
So.
Peter Bill Sims is the son of Ken W. Sims and Shelley Tucker Sims. Ken W. Sims met Shelley Tucker by driving big rig trucks with her and her brother Mac. When Peter was 10, his dad Ken died in a trucking accident while driving through Nevada. Shelley swore never again to drive a truck and vowed to never let her son drive either. But Peter loved trucks and his uncle Mac was still driving. Mac and Shelley argued constantly about Mac encouraging Peter to drive.
Targo Munda! Yabi Horm! Yabi Horm!
Saprita, Grand Tibo, Kiboy Shnebara, Abimova Brizu, Nasine Pafarbo.
No! From,
Oily Freehate Felpa, Griftable,
Two Zip! Cosm! Tobno!
Chinovitz,
Kiri!
Bachongi,
Fanay! Fanay! Dundawalake! Grange!
One day, Uncle Mac arrived home after taking his son Sam and Peter along for a job. Shelley was furious. She moved with Peter to Redding, California. She then cut all contact with Mac. Peter hated moving. He missed his Uncle Mac and his cousin Sam. He and his mother constantly argued about his love of traveling in trucks. After settling into their new apartment, Shelley got a job at Eddie's Market. A few months later, for his 11th birthday, she bought a computer for Peter.
Uh-huh. Ah. 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 Ha. Ah. Uh-huh.
Frida.
Without knocking first, his mother entered his room.
Peter, we need to talk. Please tell me you're not doing it again. We were very lucky last time. I'm going to ask you, and please tell me the truth. Are you hacking websites again? If they catch you this time, there are no second chances.
You bought me the computer.
We had to move again last time. I had a good job in Reading.
Those losers closed the store.
Yes, but too many people in town knew what you did, so they wouldn't hire me. So we had to move 350 miles away just so I could find a decent job.
I just wanted to drive a truck, and you wouldn't let me.
Peter, I am sorry, but those things are dangerous. I know I drove one. Barely. They are even bigger these days. Please, I don't want to lose you too. Maybe you can try some small trucks first. There's plenty of local stores that get box van deliveries, but most of them want you to be at least 21 before you can drive for them. In the meantime, I'm sure you can find a job to occupy your time so you aren't getting into trouble.
For the next few years, Peter worked at Gallon Oil Fuel Station in Fresno. He met many truckers as they stopped for diesel and picked up grab-and-go groceries. One day he was browsing the announcements for upcoming video game releases when he saw a listing for a truck simulator game.
Oops, sorry. Whoa. Oops. I hate that. I hate when it, like, loads and then, like, moves the buttons around on me. So the way this worked was, it was a combo of doing them bits of episode stuff, using The Sims, and then I was going to play the game, the trucking game, and do Walbert loads. And it was going to be some sort of challenge, like, where, well, not, the challenge wasn't going to happen yet, but he's playing the game and doesn't realize that it's a special copy that he got at Walbert, and the Walberts out west are being controlled by a mob boss. And his sister is like a genius hacker that is implanted in the Walbert version of the game. You know, they're special copies, exclusive copies of American Truck Simulator, have tracking software in them because they're using it as a recruiting tool to get truck drivers, because all the people that have been driving for them keep either wrecking the trucks or getting arrested because they're pressuring them to drive fast. And not only drive fast, but, you know, not sleep and things like that. And that's what actually happened to his dad. His dad was trying to finish a load, and he was tired and speeding, and ended up dying. But nobody's actually like blamed that, or I forget how I was actually going to go about that, but he's going to play this trucking game. He's going to get recruited and blackmailed by the mob boss into driving the truck. And they're gonna let him know that, like, look, you're driving for us. You can't tell anybody you're driving for us. We've bugged all your cell phones. If you've got one, there's GPS stuff in that truck that you'll never find it. And you better be driving the truck and doing what we're telling you and all this and blah, blah, blah. Well, further down the line, he was going to meet Haley Houghton, a reporter. And she was going to be his contact to try to get the story out and get the word out. And he was going to use, like, a secret CB handle to try to contact his cousin, who's over in, like, Montana or something like that. The problem is, I went to start playing the thing, and it was too hard to get Walbert loads. It's like, the Walbert has the most locations of anything in the game, but it's like, I'm trying to go from, like, let's say I did a load from Reading to Fresno. Well, I want a load going from Fresno to somewhere else, maybe back to Reading, and it wouldn't give me one. And it's like, I can't tell my story if I can't get the load that I need. Now, later on, when I played after this, I figured out some tricks and stuff to try to, get more of them, especially when I played the potato-themed one. But it wasn't working at the time. But if you can see here on the playlist, I was doing like 1 or 2 loads per episode. Recalling Reading. Okay, this was I put some the story element here. Welcome back to PB Sims and in our last episode, PB was in the truck simulator game, visiting Redding, California, where he once lived. When he's done, he begins to remember. Why is there an Eddie's in this town?
What do you mean, officer? My son is not a hacker. He's just a boy.
Mom was right. But she was wrong, too. I was a hacker, even though I didn't know it. What was a hacker? I thought I was just doing research. You see, I was just a curious kid. I liked to use the different search engines to look things up. I would always be looking at maps because of my love of travel and truck driving. I wasn't a hacker. I didn't know what that was. I was just good at looking things up. Some may say he just didn't adjust well to moving, but that wasn't exactly true either. Reading was a nice town. I enjoyed my time there. The people were good to me. I didn't have any trouble with other kids. and I lived next to a store with toys and candy, and my mother worked there. It was great. Sometimes I'd go down by the highway and watch the trucks go by. I miss the trucks, but I got over it. It wasn't that bad. I would go to the park and discover and explore and have adventures. And pretend I was a space captain or aliens were attacking. Sure, I missed my dad, but I wasn't rebelling or acting out because of that. I wasn't trying to be bad. I wasn't a troublemaker. And one day when I was 11, I was outside of Eddie's walking through the parking lot. I noticed there was a mess next to the dumpster, which was also next to the side door. And being curious, I just had to check it out.
Oh,
I assumed someone had just missed the dumpster and was throwing away garbage. So I scooped them up and took them home with me and was just going to throw them out later. I noticed some of the papers had website links, so I typed those into my computer and some of them asked for passwords, which were written down on some of the papers. I didn't really understand much of what I was looking at, but I found it interesting nonetheless. And after a few hours, I got tired and turned my computer off and went to bed. One experience of living in an apartment building is how people seem to come and go and didn't always live there very long. Sometimes it seemed more like a hotel.
oh, ah, hmm, 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 hmm.
A few weeks earlier, a girl named Nellie Wilson moved in, who was about my age. She was traveling with her parents, who were musicians, and wasn't going to be staying very long. They traveled around the country, from place to place. I spent quite a few nights listening to her parents' music CDs in her bedroom with her and talking about places they had been. And I told her about my dad and mom and uncle and how they were truck drivers. We were really good friends. I miss her. So the next day I took my box of files over to her place and we looked through them. They didn't really make much sense to either of us, but it was something for me to share with her. And then after a bit of listening to music, she told me that she was about to leave to head towards Los Angeles. We said our goodbyes and I went home, and Nellie Wilson was traveling the highway once more.
Oh.
I brought my box.
Time out. Okay,
That was me being subtle back then because Nellie Wilson is like Willie Nelson, and she's traveling the highway once more, or on the road again. Home, set it down, and I went to bed. And the next day, my life changed forever. Damn it. It's gonna get me for that music. Alright, here, let me, we can fix it. I probably was working on the next episode, but never showed it. Let me see, do I have that still, let me see if I had one, I probably don't have a version that I can actually, like, look at. Because chances are, had I finished the episode, I would have uploaded it. Okay, I guess I didn't start one. Whatever. Okay, so basically what was going to happen, he goes to open this up and realizes he's got her box and she's got his. So when the cops and all that come to accuse him of hacking, he doesn't have those documents that were garbage. All they know is he got on his computer and was, like, checking them websites out. And getting into pages he wasn't supposed to do. His mother ends up getting fired for it. Even though it, you know, nothing to do with her. You know, one thing leads to another. He gets some sort of juvenile record, not supposed to use a computer for X amount of years, blah, 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 blah. You know. then later on, when he finally gets back on a computer, he's just playing a video game innocently and gets stuck being blackmailed into driving a truck for the mob boss. Now, later on, when I did the Stu Spudman story, I ended up incorporating that mob boss into that story instead. So Big Tony Testaformaggio made his appearances and all that, and so did Vinny and Vito. Oh. Alright, never mind. No, not that. This. Oh yeah, this is one of the ones I liked. Where is the other one? Oh, there it is. Okay. As we ended the last episode, Stu had delivered a load of potatoes to the Walbert in Ely, Nevada, but he was late. This means there would be consequences from Big Tony, and he would have to do more Walbert loads. But that wasn't all. When he woke up, two of the family members, Vinny and Vito, put a bag over his head and started to drive him somewhere. You were late again. Boss don't like it when you're late. He wants us to give you a little reminder how he don't like it. You know what's good for you. You won't be late again. And then later on, for the holidays... Hi, I'm Warren Shelby. I'm the CEO of Walbert's West Coast Division. It's that time of year again. We've gathered several truckloads of toys. Some of our volunteer drivers will be delivering these loads to local area poor kids and kids in hospitals and whatnot. I'm proud of this program. I'd like to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays. On December 24th, Stu Spudclone was pulling into the garage in Wenatchee. He was about to take a couple days off for the Christmas holiday to get some rest, but he soon found out that there's no rest when you're working for Big Tony. Hey, punk, you got a message from the boss. Yeah, he's got a special assignment for you. You go do some loads of toys and deliver to the poor kids. You
you gotta get at least 24 loads done. That's one for each hour. Oh, and another thing, you ain't using your truck. All you gotta do is show up and drive the truck from wherever we got them loads. And if you know what's good for you, you'll do them. Oh, and one more thing. Yeah, one more thing, punk. Season's beatings. Merry Christmas, chump. Don't be late.
When Stu woke up after his beating, it was getting close to midnight. He had no idea how he would get 24 loads done in only one day, but he knew he'd better try. Just a little tidbits from some of the other stuff I've done over the years before I started live streaming things. Well, that was actually part of a live stream, but I made that stuff to show during my live streams. Yeah, so the first one. What happened was when American Truck Simulator does an update, they like cancel the load that you're currently doing, and they make you like pick the nearest quick travel point. And it's like, well, how do I explain that? He was just over here. How do I explain that? Well, the explanation is they came and found him because he was late delivering that load and kidnapped him and took him to that other city and gave him a beating at the service garage there. And then returned him to his truck or whatever. You know, they were always careful to, like, you know, don't hit anything that'll cause him to not be able to actually drive the truck. You know, hey, you can still drive the truck with a few broken ribs. Just make sure they're the you know, they're the good broken ribs, not the bad ones, you know? If there's such a thing. All right. So why did we get into that? What was I going to do? Why was I... Oh, I was explaining who Haley Houghton was. Okay. All right. I'm going to warm up my coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah. Why couldn't you have just said she was a news reporter from your other series? I did. But I did it my way. Okay, so we have our writers all, at least a bunch of them. They've all been level 10. So now it's a matter of figuring out what kind of articles they'd be writing. You know, who were they when I created them, if they're my Sims, you know, and then if they're the game Sims, you know, like, what would they be doing, you know, just, figuring that out, you know, that's basically what I'm saying. And of course I'm out of crackers unless I go get one. So we're staring there at Fiona Kimbrough in the pink suit. Fiona Kimbrough is from my World Without You series. We watched a little bit of that the other day. She made her first appearance as someone working at the dress shop when Tiffany Grace Hilliard's mother needed to get a wedding dress. And then later in the next episode, was it the third episode? Yeah, because the first episode, they did the play and ended that, you know, and she danced in it. And then, you know, Tiffany danced in the play. Then the second episode is when Harold came to town after the play, and then towards the end of the episode left town to go back to Texas. And then we didn't show the part where she came home all sad and everything, and that's when her uncle asked her mom to marry her, because her dad died when she was like 3 or 5 years old, something like that, like really young. And originally, her uncle had a crush on her mother, but his parents made him go to medical school, so he had to leave town, leaving her mother, Debbie, to, you know, like, Neil Hilliard ended up getting his own crush on Debbie and married her and had kids with her. And then Uncle Donald, you know, comes back to town to nothing except working as a doctor, and he hated doing it. So several years later, like 13 years later, he's like tired of watching Debbie drowning herself in alcohol because she's lost her husband all them years ago. And he's like, I can't watch you, I can't watch you live like this anymore. You know, I want you to marry me. And so they get married. And they go to the dress shop that Fiona here works at. Then in episode 3 that we watched, it turns out Fiona Kimbrough teaches creative writing at the high school also. So, she went from being just somebody working at the dress shop to one of my main characters in that story. And we told some of her backstory and everything. And the backstory is that we're going to watch it. We're going to attempt to. Because that's what we do. I hopefully, you know what? Let's not do it this way. Let's do it with, since I'm loading a thing anyway, we'll do it this way. I mean, since I plugged it in. Now was that?
Welcome to.
Okay, so it's not episode 4. Yeah, this one. Alright, now, hopefully the audio in this one is, like, better than usual. I apologize if there's a difference between the volume of me talking now and the volume of this video and all that, and I'm gonna try to get it synced up somewhat, but it's really hard. Hopefully I recorded this video and it came out loud enough.
That I had some things I needed to do. Once the noise died down, I could hear what sounded like snoring coming from the creative writing class. So I went to check.
Okay, one second. I'm gonna try to get the chat thingy synced up a little better, because right now it's really delayed. Before I continue with that, let's do my playlist links. Word Without You episodes and World Without You songs. So if anybody ever wants to try to watch this on their computer, where you can do both videos at the same time, or attempt to do the 2-phone method, but in order to have the songs play during my scenes, you have to be able to play 2 different YouTube videos at the same time. And as far as I'm aware, you can't do that on one phone. So, I might sing one of these later. Maybe. I mean, like in about 5 minutes or so. But let's see how we are volume-wise. Okay, now that probably makes me louder too. Alright, I'm going to hit play now.
Sure enough, Fiona was taking a little nap. I felt really bad. I just had to find out if there was some way I could help her. And I felt I was going to need her help. Somehow. Miss Kimbrough, I don't know a lot about sewing, but is there any way I can help you out at the shop? Do you need an assistant, or is there any little small jobs you could show me how to do? I'd love to learn how. Yeah. Would you like to come by and we could see if there is something you can help with? If anything, to try to keep me from falling asleep? That sounds like a good plan. Thank you, Tiffany. I appreciate the help. Neither of us needed to go home after school. And since it was raining, she said she'd drive us over there. But first we'd get some drive-through. They were redoing the parking lot in the rear of the building, so we had to park across the street. But I was in a good mood, so I didn't mind the rain. Fiona gave me a little bit of a tour, and then we sat down to eat our burgers. Fiona said that for about a year, Lexi had only been working during the day on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and that because Fiona had to teach during the week, she was only able to do evenings and weekends, and mostly by appointment, because she needed the time to work on the dresses. So the shop has not been open very much, but because of the reputation, it's still very busy. Miss Kimbrough, when did you start working here? I was in high school, and I needed to get a dress for a dance, but I didn't have any money. I came in here and was looking at the dresses, and when Lexi wanted to help me, I had to tell her that I couldn't afford a dress. And she said that if I would stay and learn how to make a dress, she would let me make one. And that's how I got my dress. And I learned from her, and I've been working here ever since. And working here put me through college so I could become a teacher. Have you thought about what you might like to do? Any plans for when you graduate? Well, Miss Kimbrough, to be honest, I'm still a bit undecided. I'm still kicking around several options, trying to figure it all out. But I've had some ideas lately. Yeah, those burgers sure hit the spot. Yeah, what do you say we go get started? When we got to the sewing room, I was expecting to see piles and piles of dresses and clutter, but instead, things were neat and organized, and she only had one dress back there that she was working on. She said she preferred it that way, and so did Lexi. But years ago, Lexi had messed up a couple of orders by mixing two dresses with each other. She swore never to make that mistake again. and always kept dresses separate. Okay, Tiffany. I only have one dress left to work on. I've been able to catch up this week, even though I stayed a lot of late hours. So I'm gonna have you do some practice on some of the scrap fabrics to see if you can get a feel for the machine and make some straight lines. And keep me company and make sure I don't fall asleep. And we'll be all caught up in no time. And then I can show you some other things. That sounds great, Miss Kimbrough. After about 2 hours or so, she called me over and said, Here, I'm gonna let you do the last little bit here. But Miss Kimbrough, I might mess it up. That's okay. There's nothing you're gonna do to that dress that I can't fix. But I don't think you're gonna mess it up. I believe in you. Just remember, sewing is like a heartbeat. You just have to let the machine breathe and feel it beating. I couldn't believe it. I was working on a wedding dress. It was a wedding dress. Somebody's wedding dress. The most important thing they'd ever wear. And she was trusting me to work on it. I wasn't worthy. You did an excellent job. I'm proud of you. That was so scary. I was so scared. That's good. It means you don't think you're perfect. And that's all you need. You just need to be humble, and you'll do fine. After that, she got out a box of homecoming dresses that had come in that needed fixing. They had various tears and loose threads, and she said that she was thankful that I was here because that was what was really overwhelming her, knowing that that whole box needed fixing, and that would make her really behind. So we both got to work, sewing, chatting. I loved it.
Okay. I'm not actually gonna do this song, but there's a song that Belinda's got called "Love in the Key of C," and it's like part of this series is trying to figure out, what songs to have in each episode and whatnot, and is there a song that fits? And some episodes I had like 3 or 4 songs, and some I had 1 or 2. There might have even been an episode that I didn't have any. So, But this was the song that I had while they were sewing. If you want to listen to it, you can go out and listen to it. It's like basically in the video she's at like the that amphitheater in LA area, that outdoor one, and and she's singing that song there. But anyway. They're just kind of, doing their sewing while that song's playing, because, hey, It
was picture time. While I was sewing, I noticed out of the corner of my eye a photograph in a frame sitting on this desk. It was a picture of a man
I tried to resist, but I just had to ask. Miss Kimbrough, is this Lexi's husband in this photograph? And she stopped and said, that's a picture of someone that's very special. You're sitting at my desk. I'm sitting at Lexi's. That's a man that I met many years ago. I was on a trip to Europe while doing a summer internship. I've never told anybody the whole story. Not even Lexi knows the real story. One of the things you'll learn about doing this job, if you keep doing it, is that you have to learn confidentiality. Brides are going to come in here and they're going to tell you things, and you won't be able to tell anyone. Not their sisters, not their maid of honor, not their daughters. You cannot tell. You mean, my mother probably told you things that you can't tell me. That's right. Your mother did tell me some things. Not to worry. There's nothing bad. But she did tell me things. And so do a lot of people. And I don't tell anybody. I don't tell my friends. I don't tell anybody. I completely understand, Miss Kimbrough. And I'm very thankful that there are people like you for people to confide in. Thank you so much for helping my mother. I've never seen her so happy. I'm very glad to hear you say that, Tiffany. I've been meaning to tell someone the real story for a long time. I think it's about time I told somebody. I've got the feeling I can trust you. Am I right, Miss Kimbrough? I feel the same, and I'd love to tell you what's on my mind, too. I'll tell you mine first. So I was on a summer internship to France. I was in college, and I didn't know yet what I wanted to do, but I had taken some journalism classes and writing classes, and I had thought about maybe becoming an author. So I thought maybe this trip would do me some good. And I had studied French and was working at a French newspaper in a small town. And interviewed a few locals, and wasn't much to it. One day I was out walking, and I had turned around to look at the view as I was walking up a bridge, and I was walking backwards, and somebody else was doing the same thing, coming from the other direction. And we bumped into each other. And that's when I met Manfred Quinn. I'd never seen anyone like him before. He was English, and he was also doing an internship. The first few days we didn't really do much. We just kept meeting on the bridge and talking. We just seemed to keep passing by each other at around the same time. He was on the way to where he was going, and I was on the way to the paper. Every day, I'd tell him another story that I'd made up. And he would tell a joke or two. And we just had nice conversations. I began to start falling for him. One thing led to another. And then one night, on the bridge, he kissed me.
Right, I'm trying to load this, but it's on my old phone, and it's giving me fits as usual. So But if I can get it to load, I'm going to. I will do the singing. You know, I hate my voice and all that and blah blah blah, but you know, hey, I can sing this song and know all the words. You know, you just ain't gonna get the music. Why not? Because you ain't gonna get it. Now the problem is I'm using a different playlist that I'm trying to scroll to find where this song is on it. Because it's my old phone, it has a habit of like sticking as I'm trying to scroll and trying to pop up something. And then I gotta wait for it to pop the thing up so I can hit the back button to close the pop-up. And it's already doing it. So stop doing that. You know what? What? Let's try searching for the song instead. It probably won't work. This is episode 5, right? Yeah. So what you need to do is you need to find your episode 5 playlist. Yeah? By the way, I'm supposed to be off today. Like later today. So I'm not in any hurry to end this episode. If I didn't have to give $800 a stupid legal Zoom to try to cancel my business thing, I'd have a little bit of extra money right now that I could probably solve this problem. Get another phone or another computer or something, but until I'm for sure done with them, I can't go spending anything extra. Come on, let me. Come on. You're taking forever. It's starting to piss me off. It's bad enough that you take forever, but then when we finally get there, you're going to restart the thing and all that and really screw me over. You know, I already look like enough of a buffoon doing this as it is, but then the phone's got to make me look even worse. Yeah, so what? So you're your own whipping boy, right? Yeah. I was born inferior. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, don't click the wrong one. Well, you clicked the wrong one anyway, because that's not supposed to be the one that you're clicking. Yeah, but I think you've got this one put in order at least. Come on! Will you load already? Just because I have all night doesn't mean I want to take all night. I mean, if it wasn't a song that I really liked, I would just skip it, but I like the way that this came out, and I want to do it. Will you quit that shit? I don't even know what you clicked. Come on, if you're doing it, can you just, show me that you did it so I can do that. Okay, finally I'm on the thing, maybe. Now it's going to be a matter of getting it to play without restarting. Okay, well, there's a few hopefuls still joining in, waiting to listen to me sing badly. Maybe they've already heard you sing. Yeah, maybe. You would do this, wouldn't you? You would do this, wouldn't you? Oh, we're so close. I just needed to reload one more time. Time moves the summer wind. I can see your face again. Was it such a tragedy? Being you, being me. Smoke clears, the picture fades. I'm still black in yesterday. All my strangers come and go. All of them will never know. Nobody's touch feels like your touch. Nobody gets to me that much. Nobody's kiss moves me inside, and I have no place left to hide. Tell me, what can I do? I have a vision of you. Tell me, what can I do? with this vision of you. And then the stupid thing decided to crap out on me. Goddamn phone. Gotta ruin everything, you know? I was getting into it too, you know? Now we gotta redo it. Because I'm not gonna not do it. Right? We waited that long, we're not gonna not do it. It's things like this that are why, you know, I don't have more people watching me. Because they probably tune into some of this stuff and like, oh, look at that, he don't know what the hell he's doing or some bullshit, you know, and like, let's go watch Will Simsy instead. Right? I don't know. Or maybe they just haven't found me. I don't know. Maybe it's all in my head. Well, everything's in your head, because you're a spaz. Alright, are we ready? I think we are. And then it did it again. God damn it. Just... fuck my life. Alright, well, I ain't got time for that. Y'all can listen to it later. Go listen to the actual music. But, so basically, you know, it's just a video while they're doing this stuff. And then, you know, they go to the thing here and they're, you know. Basically, it's like everywhere where she's remembering being with him and looking at him. So... oh, too far. Too far.
Going up. I was so in love with him. There's only so many days that I had to be there. I don't think either one of us cared that we would soon be apart. Or maybe we just weren't thinking of it. I think we were both just riding the roller coaster. And everything was still just going up. One night, he offered to walk me home, and I let him. We got back to my place, and we stood outside talking a little more. Guess I just couldn't resist. I invited him in. One thing led to another, and we were in bed. And over the next few days, we were in bed a few more times, in a few other places. And then suddenly I found myself alone. The paper had given me an assignment in another town. It was just a little bit too far to be able to see him. Some days we would talk on the phone when we could. I spent my days doing research and writing articles. I tried to keep busy. I went shopping and bought new clothes. I tried to think of other things I might like to do. But mostly I thought about him. It had been about 6 weeks since I'd seen him. And one day I woke up and my stomach was in knots. I was very sick. I threw up. Thought it might be morning sickness. I thought I might be pregnant. But there were no pregnancy tests in the town I was staying. They didn't have a drugstore. I didn't feel well enough to travel, and I was too embarrassed to ask a stranger to go get me a test, nor did I want to see a doctor yet. I was so worried, but I was also excited. I always wanted to have a baby. Of course I was worried because I was far from home, and I didn't know how he would feel, but I needed to tell him that I might be pregnant. I was hoping I could take the test with him, and we could find out the results together. I called him and told him that I'd like to meet him at our cafe. I tried my best to come up with the right words. Can you imagine that? A writer and storyteller, not knowing the words. But finally I said, Manfred, I might be pregnant. And I waited. I wanted him to say that everything would be okay. I wanted him to be happy, and that we would work it out. But instead of my dreams coming true, it turned to a nightmare. He said that he didn't want kids, and that he didn't care whether I was pregnant or not, and that I was on my own. I couldn't believe that he had said that for the first time in my life. I was angry. I was really angry at somebody, and I told him to just go. I can't believe he had said that. How could he do the one thing that a man shouldn't do? I know we were young and foolish, but I still thought he would do the right thing, but he didn't, and I was devastated. I had to make up my mind that no matter what, I was going to have my baby, and I was going to love it, even without him. A few days later, I took a pregnancy test, and it came back that I wasn't pregnant. I didn't know that a heart that was already broken could break again. But mine did. After a few days of crying, I had to remind myself that thankfully it wasn't really a baby that I had lost. It was only a chance. And that I might have another chance someday. But it still hurt. And I still loved him. But I had to be done with him and go home. my trip was over. And that was the last time I saw him. I came home and I started the next year of college. I was helping Lexi with dresses. And somewhere along the way, I thought maybe I'll be a teacher. I'm so sorry, Fiona. Thank you, Tiffany. You're an awesome teacher. Thanks. Let's go take a break and I'll make you something special. We headed to the break room, and she brewed a pot of coffee. She said, I'm gonna show you something that I used to drink when I was in Europe. It's just coffee, but put a little bit of European chocolate in there. I figured since I was sharing with you already, I might as well share that. When you're ready to tell me something, we'll get started. It took me a minute, but I started to tell her everything. I didn't hold back. She gave some opinions, some ideas, but she was never discouraging. I told her about Grant and Ivy and Harold and Jack and all the confusion over what I heard and thought I heard, and how I was going to try to do this play to make sense of all of it. And she said, well, it's a good idea, but we've got to be careful with that. You never know what's going to happen. You can plan for that all you want, but somebody else might put a monkey wrench in it. You're right, Fiona. But I definitely need to try something. I agree that you've got to try something. You just have to be very careful. I think no matter what we do, somebody's gonna get hurt. Are you prepared to be hurt? Because I think you're going to be hurt. If things don't go right, it may turn out that he actually loves her. Sometimes people appear to not like each other, and they fall in love. Sometimes two people who really do love each other find out there's just something they can't love about the other. And I don't want you to have to go through that regret the way I did. Fiona was right. There is that chance that Harold and Ivy could end up with each other, and it could be meant to be. And I definitely wouldn't want to ruin that if they really would love each other. But I need to know that that's what's going to happen. I need to know Ivy actually loves him, and I need to know he actually loves her. But Fiona's also right, that I need to make sure that I love him, and that I won't have any surprises. I know I want kids, but I also want other things. Now, Tiffany, I want you to write the story first. Get a good story with lots of good characters, and then we'll turn that into a play. I don't want you to get too ahead of yourself, trying to focus too much on the main characters. We're going to have to make sure there's other characters involved and other stories. We also have to make sure Miss Bird is involved somehow, or we won't have a play. We might need to have some sort of actual assignment so others can make their own plays. Maybe we can work something out with her. You're right, Fiona. I just realized I'd been calling her Fiona. It felt so different. You don't mind when I'm calling you Fiona, do you? Not at all. You and I are friends. Of course, you gotta be careful doing that in school. And I'm sure you already know that. Yes, Fiona. Did you meet anybody else? after Manfred. Now, I finished college, did some of my writing, and got my teaching job. And you don't meet a lot of men working here. And to be honest, I really don't want to be with anybody else. Unless I met somebody special. But I'm not really looking. Do you think he ever regretted what he said? There's always that chance. We're all human. We can all make mistakes. Well, it's time to lock up and go home. So we headed to the door, and she went across the street to bring the truck around, and I stood by the front door. I saw Ivy and Jamie.
Let's see if I can do this song.
They were talking. Then they stopped to sit on one of the benches. The door was cracked open, so I could hear what they were talking about. Ivy was griping about something. That was a good movie, Ivy. So how's it going with Harold? Everything is lovely with Jack. He's such a big goof, but in a cute way. He's a sweet guy. He can be a bit annoying, though. Wow, what do you mean? Sometimes he just goes on and on about things I don't really want to talk about. Like what? Well, he finally walked me home today. As we were walking, a lady passed us pushing a stroller, and he just had to stop and make goo-goo faces at the baby. I mean, I like kids too, but I don't go around acting like Mr. Rogers. And as he was doing that, some car stopped at the intersection playing some go-go song, and he started dancing and singing for the kid. I had to give him a tug so we could get going. I was so embarrassed. Yeah, that sounds like a bit much. And then not even 5 minutes later, it started raining, so he says, let's go in here. And we went into the hardware store. He says they should have umbrellas in here. While we were in line, that Mad About You song came on. He started dancing and spinning around like some fool, and I felt like crawling under a rock. And then he said something about it being our song, and I was like, what are you talking about? I didn't tell him, but I can't stand that song. I'm so tired of the radio playing her songs all the time. And then he just wouldn't shut up about Belinda the whole time the rest of the way to my house. I know what you mean. When I'm working in the grocery store, I have to hear those songs every day. So what are you gonna do? Nothing. Unless he keeps embarrassing me. I still think I'm falling for the lovable buffoon. I just wish he'd stop jabbering about Belinda. I can't stand her. Bill, my beautiful daughter, my best friend Ivy had crossed the line, and she brought out the monster in your mother. I was no longer concerned with whether I hurt her or not. I was going to protect Harold, and I was going to win him. She didn't deserve him, and he didn't deserve to be treated that way either. It was on.
Na 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 na. Bam 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 bam. Dun, dun, dun. I can't be responsible for anything I do now or say now. I get too excitable to control the way I behave now. I'm afraid of what I'll do if I find myself alone with you. It's just a crime of passion, baby. Don't hold it against me. I'm innocent. I'm just out of my mind. I plead insanity. Whoa, I'm so mad about you. I can't sleep straight, I can't see straight, I plead insanity. All I do is obsess about you. I can't sleep peacefully. Can't work days, sleep nights. Damn it. Sorry about that. No, there are rules to this, and I break every one of them. And if I go too far tonight, baby, can be my alibi. And if I act irrational, I'm not responsible for anything that happens here. Don't hold it against me, I'm innocent. I'm just out of my mind, I plead insanity. Oh, so mad about you. I can't think straight, I can't see straight, I plead insanity. All I do is obsess about you. I can't work days, I can't sleep nights, I plead insanity. Na 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 na. Dun 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 dun. I am obsessed. I am obsessed. I am obsessed. I'm obsessed. Down. Down, 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 down. I plead insanity. Oh, can't mad about you. I can't think straight, I can't see straight. I plead insanity. All I do is obsess about you. I can't work days, I can't sleep nights, I have a fantasy. All I need is to see it come true with you. I plead insanity. All I do is obsess about you. I can't think days, I can't sleep nights, I plead insanity. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Yeah. Yeah, she's a bit erratic.
During the drive home, I don't think I said a word. Fiona was doing a lot of talking, but my head was still spinning. I don't even know if I was still dreaming or not. Maybe she didn't mean it, but she said it. She said those things, and Harold was just being himself. I just felt that sooner or later she was gonna hurt him, and he's not gonna deserve it. He doesn't know that she thinks these things about him. I didn't know that either, but I do. I can't just go tell him. So I'm gonna have to stick with my plans, and I'm gonna have to try to lay low. I'm gonna have to try to get them to stay together, see if they can fall apart on their own. But if I see my opening, I'm gonna have to make my move. I still don't really want to hurt her. But if push comes to shove, I'm not the one that's going to get hurt. Neither is Harold or Jack. Thank you for watching episode 5 of World Without You.
Let's see. What did we do in episode 6? Might as well continue
Welcome
on.
to World Without You, a Sims 4 story inspired by Belinda Carlisle's songs. Welcome to World Without You.
Damn it. Okay, there we go.
Tiffany, I'm going to give you my number. I want you to call me or text me if you need anything. Thank you, Fiona. I need it. If you need anything, contact me. Get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow in school. Good night. Good night, Fiona. I've often wondered where I might have gone or what I might have done had I not had Fiona drive me home that night. But I'm thankful that I had her in my life and that I did end up home. When I got there, I was still furious. I'm sure by now you realize that your mother is a very passionate, emotional person. I'm not normal. Far from it. But I also try to think of myself as a kind person. I try not to hurt people. It really hurts when people that you care for can be so cruel. Even if they didn't know they were being so cruel. But this hurt. And I just didn't know how to handle it. I was just angry. And I was hurt. This time I didn't turn to the music. Instead, I got my brownies out. And I went to the living room to eat one of them and watch some TV. And when I was done, I went to wash my hands and get a glass of milk. And then I wanted another brownie.
It's the ones they made in class, not special
so I went
brownies.
Back to watching TV. And I ate all of them. I still don't know how I ate all those brownies. But to this day, I can still feel them in my stomach. But I was starting to feel a little better. And I got a text from Fiona saying thank you for helping her. And that she was so thankful to have somebody to tell her story to. Suddenly my mind switched from thinking about myself and my problems to her story. I wish there was something I could do to help her. Such a shame. She really loved him. I couldn't help but feel in my heart that there was something more to this. I wasn't one to meddle. but I felt compelled to at least try to look him up. And suddenly I found myself sitting in front of my laptop, trying to search everywhere. I put in Manfred Quinn. I didn't find much. I kept trying. So I put in the English version of Simhu and searched for him. And he had a profile. I couldn't believe what I was reading. I couldn't believe what he had written. If I recall correctly, Belle, it said, "Fiona, I'm so sorry. I never meant it how it came out. I tried to look for you, but you had already left. Your paper wouldn't tell me how to reach you. I don't know your last name. I hope you and the baby are doing well. God, I'm so sorry. I need to find you and make this right. I love you." Wow, Mom, that's so sad. Bill, what do you think I did about that? What would you have done? I would have wanted to help her. Exactly. But I wasn't going to just tell her about it. I needed to contact him first. I needed to make sure he wasn't going to hurt her again. He needed to mean what he said. It wasn't going to be the wrong words this time. I spent about a half hour trying to type out the right email to send him. I wanted to try to be anonymous. I didn't want Fiona to think that I broke my promise. I promised to be confidential with her, and I was breaking it. But I needed to contact him. I must have said something about a friend looking for a friend, or something made up. But when I sent the email, it came back as a failed delivery. His email address wasn't in service anymore, and I couldn't find anything else. It took me a few minutes to get over that devastation. But then I thought, I need to look up Fiona, see what I can find on her, in case I ever do contact him. I might need them to find each other on the internet. But I didn't find anything for Fiona Kimbrough. Nothing at all on the internet. I didn't see her on the school's website. When I looked up Lexi's, she was just listed as Fiona, without a last name, and there was no picture. It looked like the internet was a lost cause. I printed out his profile, and I printed out Lexi's page, just in case I ever needed both. So I went back to watching TV. I was a little more relaxed. I texted Fiona back, said that I had a good time too, and that I was so happy that she listened to my story too. And I was glad she was helping me. I couldn't help but feel this nagging feeling, though. Some weird deja vu thing. One thing was for sure, I wasn't going to be making any trips to London anytime soon to try to find him. Thankfully, I ended up falling asleep on the couch. I don't think I would have slept if I tried it in my bed. There was just too much on my mind. Too many emotions. And then I woke up, and it was the next day. I wanted to make the best of it. I needed to try to do something positive. I had to try. The weather said it was supposed to be sunny, so I decided I'd wear my floral dress. And then I went outside to wait for Ivy. As she came around the corner, I could see that Harold was with her. She also looked to be in a pretty good mood, so he must not have been bugging her. She was wearing a nice dress, too. I just had to compliment her on it. She said she had bought it the night before. I was surprised to see Harold wasn't wearing his old school jacket. He had on a red flannel instead. I was pleasantly surprised with how calm I was. At least Harold knew where I lived now. So if he ever did let it slip that he knows where I live, now he has a good reason. She brought him to me. I was walking behind him when we approached the hardware store. I couldn't help but notice that he was still carrying the umbrella in his back pocket. I just had to say something. Hey Harold, that's a cool umbrella you got there. Yeah. When it started raining yesterday, it's a good thing we were in front of the hardware store, 'cause I don't think there was any other stores to buy an umbrella. Yeah, it was kind of cool that Jack knew to go in the hardware store to get that umbrella. Such a nice guy. I had to bite my lip. She didn't know I was mad at her, and I didn't want to ruin this moment. Finally, I could talk to him and feel a little bit of comfort, or at least as much as I could expect, given how the situation kept changing. But it was a good day so far, and I hoped it would stay that way. When I walked into the art class, the easels were all up against the wall, and there were tables with little kids' blocks on them.
Oh,
and Miss Stone had a kids' learning show on the TV. I'm sure everybody was wondering what was up with the kitty blocks, but I'm sure Miss Stone was going to tell us, and soon enough she started to. Okay, everybody, we're not going to do any painting today, so you don't have to worry about changing. Thought we'd give the aprons a break for a day. Ivy interrupted her and said, We're not really going to play with blocks, are we? Miss Stone said, Yeah, we are. Seriously? Yes, we're going to play with blocks. I thought this was some sort of art class. Why are we playing with kids' toys? Young lady, because I'm the teacher and this is my assignment for the day. Building is a form of art, and I want you to use your imaginations and I want you to build. If you don't want to do the assignment, you can go somewhere else. I almost let out a laugh, but then I saw the disappointed look on Harold's face, and I choked up a bit, and I held it in. And then Miss Stone said, We're going to pair up. And I saw my chance and said, Harold, you want to come over here and build? He said, Yeah, sure. Dean and Marissa paired up, and before Ivy had a chance to grade, Miss Stone said, Ivy, you're going to build with me. Each table has some books with some ideas in it. You can choose to work with those or come up with your own. You can either work together or work alone. It's up to you. Just let your imaginations flow. See what you can make. Is there anything you'd like to make in particular, Tiff? Well, Harold, not necessarily. Anything you can think of? Oh, I'm just kind of going with the flow here. How about maybe a castle? Yeah, that sounds good. What color should we do? Well, what colors you got? It was so nice just chatting with him and doing a project with him again. Didn't really matter what the project was. I was surprised that Ivy wasn't building a jail cell the way she acted like she was in a prison. It seems like the other two groups followed some instructions. They ended up making the same thing. Harold and I eventually made a castle. After we finished, Miss Stone came over and looked at our castle. Ivy just kind of stood with a dazed look on her face. Then Miss Stone went and sat at her desk for a minute. Ivy decided to try to smooth things over with her and apologize. I was happy to see that. And then we played around with some action figures. And then Miss Stone decided to give us a different assignment. She told us the story of Apollo 13, how Mission Control had to relay instructions up to the crew on how to build their carbon dioxide filter. And that sometimes you can't see what somebody's describing. You can only go by their description. So one of us sat in a chair, facing the other way, reading instructions on how to build something, and the other had to try to build it without knowing what it looked like. Everyone seemed to really enjoy it and did a good job. I was expecting to get an earful from Ivy about partnering up with Harold, but she stopped us in the hallway and continued griping about Miss Stone instead. Can you believe she made us play with blocks? I can't believe that. We're not kids. Yeah, Ivy, I understand, but teachers have reasons for giving assignments, and sometimes you just gotta go with it. Can't always get upset about everything. I know, but seriously, did we really have to play with blocks? Come on now. Well, what would you do if it was a kid asking you to play blocks? That's different. And what was with the kiddie show on the TV when we walked in? I was expecting she was going to make us watch that. Well, what would you have done if she made you? Just have to wonder what she's going to make us do tomorrow, or for the rest of the class. Well, I don't know, I kind of like her, and I like her class. You know, it probably would get boring doing painting every day. I do enough painting as it is. Painting walls and painting ceilings. That could get boring after a while. I'm glad she has us doing some other things. I agree, Harold. So today, class, we're going to start on our group projects. Y'all are going to pair off, and you're going to do projects on a certain topic. I have 3 canisters on this table. One has each of your names in it, another has a food category, and another has some recipes for our daily class. I'm going to call you up in alphabetical order. First person will pick a name for your partner, and we will continue drawing until everybody has a partner. The last person will get me for a partner during the daily class, but they will get to choose which duo to join for the group project. So up first, Dean Becker will pick a name. Dean has chosen Marissa Mendez. Harold, you're next. Harold has chosen Tiffany. I couldn't believe he chose me. What are the odds? Ivy, you're next. Ivy chose Jamie. So that means Maribel doesn't have a partner. Maribel, which group would you like to join with? I'm going to join with Jamie and Ivy. Alright. But for today, you're going to bake with me. So now we're going to choose the projects. Maribel, go up to the red can and choose a project. And we're going to go in reverse order and have the partners choose. We got breads. And then Tiffany. I got cakes. And then we'll have Marissa. I got cookies. Now, Maribel, you go on up to the white can and you pick out the recipe we're going to work on today. Alrighty. Today's recipe is going to be chocolate chip cookies. Now, I'm going to have y'all go pick from them books up there. You're going to pick out recipes for different kinds of chocolate chip cookies, and each group is going to do one of them recipes. I couldn't believe my luck. Not only was I going to get to work with Harold in class, but I have a reason to see him after school. I'm allowed to work with him on my project. Ivy can't stop me from doing it. So, hey Tiff, you got any good recipes over there? Well, I'm looking at the Nestle one. The Nestle Toll House recipe. Oh yeah, I got the Betty Crocker one. Let's compare. See any differences between the two? Well, let's see. The only difference I can see is Nestle has 2 eggs instead of 1. Which one would you like to make, Tiff? Let's do Toll House since it was the first one. Sounds good to me, Tiff. And so we made our cookies. Okay, y'all. You're going to have about 10 days to do your projects. I want a report done, and I want each member of each group to do a recipe on your topic. So y'all have your assignments. So every day we're going to come in here and we're going to pick new partners for the daily baking for the first part of the class. And then for the second half, y'all will go back into your groups and work on your projects. You're all welcome to work on them on your own time too, if you need to go to the library or something. So 2 Mondays from now, y'all come in and give your reports. And then the next day, we're going to start doing baking. Up next was lunch. It was weird. So strange how the events unfolded. I was paired up with Harold, and I would be spending time with him. But at the same time, I noticed that Ivy seemed to be ignoring us. I had expected Ivy to say something at some point about not being able to pair up with Harold or Jack, but she just strolled off with Jamie and left us alone. Did she care? Did it matter to her? Or was she just too busy? In the meantime, I tried my best to just maintain my cool. I had a chance to talk to him, and I didn't want to blow it the way I did with Grant. I wanted to be Harold's friend first. I wanted to get to know him. I didn't want to assume things about him. Lunch was going to be the first chance I'd had to just sit and chat with him, with no classes telling us what to do. I'd been sitting with Marissa all week to avoid him. And Ivy. Ivy was over at a different table, far enough away where I could actually talk to Harold. We were having a regular conversation, but in my mind a totally different conversation was taking place. I'm just glad it wasn't coming out of my mouth for real.
Alright, I'm trying to sync this up, so bear with me, folks. It's not that easy. But I'm going to sing it. I don't have a whole lot in this one, so. I think I remember the words. I'll warn you now, I've got a lot of visual effects in this. If you got issues, look away. So, come closer. Before doesn't seem to be much more. Front is shut, door is closed, and alone. Under here, eye to eye, pushed into a wall so high. Us, the prisoners, can we let go? Tell me your darkest secrets. Tell me what you don't want me to see. Let me in, do you wanna know me? Hold me. Tell me your darkest secrets, I'll tell you mine. If you feel for honesty, sincerity, looking down two different paths, lost our way, and with that, take every move, in right and in between, can be our saving grace. Can we say, tell me your darkest secrets, tell me, show me what you don't want me to see. Let me in, I wanna know you, hold me. Tell me your darkest secrets, I'll tell you mine, I'll tell you mine. Unlock the door. Come inside. There's no reason to be afraid. Just talk to me. Is deep and far above. We are saving grace. Can we then tell me your darkest secrets? Tell me what you don't want me to see. Let me in, I wanna know me, hold me. Tell me your darkest secrets, I'll tell you mine, I'll tell you mine. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. So, I kept getting darker with him, and then with her, the blur kept getting smaller. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but that was what I was trying to do. It's like she's trying to open up, and he's like getting darker.
I did manage to gather myself a bit and start talking. So, Harold, have you visited your aunt often before you moved here? Well, once or twice, past few summers. Have you done any traveling? Not really. Me and my brother just kind of stayed home with my mom. My dad passed away when I was young. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Must have been tough. Yeah. Have you got any brothers or sisters? I got an older sister named Cheryl. She's about 10 years older than me. And she's got a couple of kids, Carla and Jerry. When they were younger, I'd watch them for her. I like to help out. Well, that's cool. So you want to do construction when you get out of high school, or what else would you like to do? Anything? Well, I'm not quite sure yet. I like doing construction and such, but I'd like to do something that kind of helps somebody somehow. Just building houses and such, that kind of get boring. You know, maybe if it was for some poor people or something, maybe that would help. I want to do something that means something. Yeah, I understand that. What about you? What do you want to do? Well, I haven't quite decided yet. That's kind of why I've been taking some of these classes this year. Well, I don't know if I want to be a baker, or maybe an artist, or I don't know. I want to do something creative. What about playing piano? You're pretty good playing piano. Yeah, I kind of like that. Not sure if I'm going to make a career out of it, though. I mean, I do like music, and I would love to do something with music. But there's certain things I can't do that I'd really like to do. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. But I'm keeping my options open. I'm not sure if I'll be going to college. Not sure if college has what I need. Well, I understand that. I'm not sure if I'm going to go to college either. So we got to do this project with cakes. What's your favorite cake, Harold? Well, I like chocolate cakes. Of course, there's a few different kinds of those, but, you know, I don't think I've had a chocolate cake I didn't like. Yeah, me neither. I don't recall a cake I didn't like. Sometimes white cake's good. I mean, I guess if I had to really pick one, I'd go with chocolate. So, do you want to go to the library after school, or we should probably go somewhere to do some studying? Yeah, library's probably a good place. There's a few different libraries we can go to. Maybe we could do some research at some bakeries or something.
Come on. Okay. If any of this background stuff is annoying anybody, you know, like, or keep doing the same thing over and over again and blah, 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 I want everybody to understand that when you're putting together these episodes and trying to edit them, first of all, the cell phones. I have to literally, like, edit out all the cell phones. Every time one of them pulls out a damn cell phone, I gotta, like, cut the film there, and then wait for them to put the arm back to where it was when they went to pick up the cell phone. So in a case like this, where I've got all these people in here, and they're all doing their own different things and whatnot, you know, what I end up having to do is take a section of video, then copy and paste it, and mirror image it, so that it's like they put the arm up, then they're putting the arm back down. Like, so with all these people in the room, it gets a little bit more difficult. And this was very tricky doing this, but I apologize if any of this, it's like, what the hell are they doing in the background? Or, you know, why is he eating the thing and then it disappears and then it's back on the plate? And, you know, like any of that. Like any of that stuff, you know, it's not easy doing this. To make things look seamless and like they're having a conversation, and that's why it's like me trying to make one of these episodes on a live stream and stuff, it'll be hell. You know, it's not easy to do. It is not easy to do at all. I mean, I might be able to record the video and do the editing and stuff, but the problem is the whole me doing the talking, and it's like I gotta make the video, then I gotta go back in and do the quote Foley. I gotta make the sound noises, I gotta do the talking, I gotta make sure that my talking fits within the frame of what I've got video-wise. I gotta remember what I was gonna say and say it, and then I gotta listen to it, and then it's like, oh, nope, I gotta redo that one. So, this was, it was fun to do. Like, I was literally learning how to do this stuff, and I'm no expert at all. This was like, every time I did one of these episodes, I was learning something new. That's why every time I do these videos, like the song videos and whatnot, I'm like trying new things. Like what can I do with the colors? What can I do with the patterns? What sound effect or what visual effects can I add in? Because I was learning as I went. All right, I'm gonna hit play again.
Miss Norwood might like that instead of just the usual book learning. Yeah, that does sound cool. Maybe we could ask some other people what their favorite cake is. Yeah, that kind of sounds like a good idea too. It was such a good conversation. I only wished it could have lasted longer. But soon lunch was over. And it was time to get to creative writing. But I was looking forward to seeing Fiona, even though I wouldn't be able to tell her what I had found out. As I walked to class, I was still expecting Ivy to say something to us. But she just walked to class. Passed right by us. We sat down, and that's when we got the real shock. There were toys on all the desks. Seriously? More of these toys? You gonna make us play with toys? What is with these teachers today making us play with these toys? I'm not a kid. I don't want to play with toys. I thought for sure Ivy was about to get in big trouble. But then I heard, "Good afternoon, Ivy. How are you today? Sounds like you're a little upset about something. Miss Kimbrough, I don't want to play with toys. You're not going to make us play with toys, are you? Ivy, please come here. Did you enjoy your lunch? What did you have? What has that got to do with anything? I had a salad. Did you enjoy your salad? My salad was fine. I enjoyed my salad today, too. To answer your question, we're not going to be playing with the toys. I put these toys on the desk to use as props for our lesson today. If there's some time at the end of class, anybody that wishes to play with a toy could play with one, but it's not part of our assignment. However, in this class we do learn about creative writing terms. So what I'd like you to do, Ivy, is I'd like you to take your seat and take a moment to look up a word that would describe your assumption when you came in and saw the toys. There's a word for that in writing. I'll give you a few minutes to look that up and see if you can find it, and then we'll give someone else a try. So, everybody try looking for that word. Couldn't believe how Fiona handled that situation. I think any other teacher would have sent Ivy directly to the principal's office, if not gotten in some sort of argument with her. But Fiona just calmly handled the situation. One thing I was finding out about these literary words, it was really hard to figure out which one was the right one. A lot of times they seem to be describing the same thing, but with one little difference. So before I ask Ivy if she knows the word, I'd like to describe the situation. So we all came into the classroom, and Ivy entered as well. When she did, I assumed that she saw that there were toys on each desk. And when she saw the toys, she must have made the assumption that we were going to play with the toys, which is very reasonable, since most of the time, toys are played with. It's very understandable that she made that assumption. Her being upset aside, so Ivy, did you find the word? Well, I think I've got it. Is it some sort of inference? Yes, Ivy. That was some sort of inference. There are different types of inferences. Inferences are a type of reasoning to draw conclusions. Does anybody know which type of inference or reasoning Ivy used? Was it induction? Yes, Harold. Very good. That was known as induction or inductive reasoning. Inductive statement. An inductive statement uses some facts to draw a conclusion which may actually be true, but still has a chance of being false. And in this case, the truth was that there were toys on the desk. And Ivy reached a conclusion that since there were toys in the classroom, we would probably be playing with them. But that is actually false. Today we're going to talk about alliteration. Can anybody tell me what alliteration is? Miss Kimbrough? Yes, Tiffany. Is it repeating the same starting consonant sounds? Yes, Tiffany. It's two or more words in a sentence that repeat the same consonant sound. It's not the same consonant, but the sound of the consonant. Like kitty cat. They both have a k sound, but they do not both start with C or K. It's kind of like tongue twisters. Tongue twister is alliterative, just like the phrases they describe. Some of you here in class have names that are alliterative. Harold Harrison, Marissa Mendez, Maribel McFadden. Your names all have alliteration. My name also has alliteration, but I don't go by my first name. I go by my middle name instead. So my name is Fiona Kimbrough. But my real first name starts with a C and has a K sound, just like Kimbrough. I couldn't believe it. Maybe that's why Manfred couldn't find her. Maybe she had to use her real name when she traveled. Or maybe she gave the French paper her real name. She might also be using her real name online. But I didn't want to pry. I didn't want to ask her why she wasn't using her first name. I'm sure she had a really good reason, and Fiona is a very private person. I wouldn't be asking her right now, but as fate would have it, some people are just too curious. That's when Maribel said, "Did somebody make fun of you for your name? You're always making fun of me." I'm sorry to hear that, Maribel. I like your name. And yes, that is what happened. My mother named me after a singer that she really liked. And I like that singer too. But there were also TV and movie characters with the same name or a variation of the name. And other kids in school would tease me because of that. When I moved to a different town and went to a different school, I started using Fiona. And even though some kids would still call me Fifi, or they would mock me and say, Fee-fi, fo-fum, it wasn't as bad as the other characters they were comparing me to. I also had some friends at the new school, so I wasn't alone. And after a while, some of those kids stopped being so mean, and some even became my friends. I felt bad for her, but at the same time I was trying to guess her name. There had to only be a few singers with the initial CK. It didn't take long for me to pick out a really good one, but I didn't want to say it out loud. So instead, I wrote down on a piece of paper, CK, you've got a friend. And then I took it up to her to see her reaction. She wrote, "Yes, and so do you," and said, "Thank you, Tiffany." And I went back to my seat and let her keep the note. Discussions with Carol, Fiona, Kimbrough about her name and what the other kids might have called her would have to be saved for another time when her and I could talk alone. But I had my clue. When I got home, I could look up her name and see if she used it. It was at least something that I didn't have yesterday. Of course, someone just had to ask. So what was that all about, Maribel? That was some clever and kind correspondence, which I will keep confidential. Wow, that was some awesome alliteration, Miss Kimbrough. Thank you, Ivy. I've had a little practice. I like your awesome alliteration, too. So, Maribel, did you come up with some alliteration for your boat? The poor paddle boat sank in the puddle. Very good, Maribel. Ivy, how about you? The red robot ran around the racetrack. Although my robot is pink. That's okay, Ivy. You did excellent. Marissa, how about you? The yellow van yielded at the yard entrance. Very good, Marissa. You all are getting it. And how about you, Harold? The ladybug laughed loudly when Tiffany tickled her tummy. That was very good, Harold. How about you, Tiffany? The happy hare hopped over to Harold with the huge heart and hugged him for his humorous hilarity. Very good, Tiffany. Miss Kimbrough then went to Dean and Darian. I don't remember what they said. I was in shock that I came up with one. I was so distracted with trying to figure out Fiona's name, I wasn't actually doing the assignment. I was trying to come up with something to alliterate with the bunny or the rabbit. It wasn't until Harold took his turn that I came up with that. It was almost as if he tickled me. And instead of laughing, those words came out. You all did very well today. I see we have a lot of very creative people in this classroom. I can't wait to read some of your stories. Speaking of which, that was all I wanted to cover for today, so if any of you wish to work on your stories, please feel free. Or, as I mentioned earlier, if anybody actually wants to play with a toy, you can do that. I want to thank you all for participating today. I really appreciate that. Miss Kimbrough, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to have such a bad mood when I came into class today. I've been kind of a downer all day, ever since art class. I really like you. I don't mean to be a poop head. Ivy, don't worry about it. I can tell you're a very passionate person. And I know that you like to do creative things, like you want to write stories and you want to act. and you're going to need that passion. And you certainly want to watch your temper around certain people. You never know who's going to really get upset. But I'm kind of a mellow person, so it takes a lot to upset me. And I'd rather put myself in your shoes first before I jump to a conclusion. If you ever need to talk to me about something, if something's bothering you, please feel free to come see me. I was glad to see Ivy apologize again. I was a little too wrapped up in my own world at the time to notice that something must have been really bothering her. It couldn't just be that she didn't like playing with toys. I mean, this was the second time today she flew off the handle. I can feel bad about it now, but I wish I would have known then what was bothering her. But love makes us do selfish things, unfortunately. I was too busy enjoying my time with Harold. I had a good day. And truth be told, Ivy may have had a bad day, but I think she had a good day too. She was making friends with Fiona too, and that's never a bad thing. In the meantime, I was still trying to write my story. I knew that I wanted to have a forest with the crystals added to it somehow, and that somehow these crystals would alter moods or emotions. I thought maybe I'd have some sort of sisters as the main characters, but I needed to have some sort of male characters enter their lives. I still didn't know who or how or why. All I really had was the forest, but as dumb luck would have it, the answer would soon be in front of my face. Dean got up from his desk and walked over to the corner where the books were. And not a moment later, Harold joined him. And I looked over there, the two of them wearing their flannel shirts, and they looked like a couple of lumberjacks. And that's when it hit me. Somehow a lumberjack or a pair of lumberjacks went to that forest. I still didn't know why or how, but that's how I would have my male characters. Maybe one brother went to the forest and got lost, and the other brother went looking for him. It was a start. I'm sorry you're having a bad day, Ivy. Oh, Harold, it really has been the worst. So that's how it was gonna be. Miss Drama Queen was gonna fake cry for Harold to get his attention and his affection. She wasn't fooling me. Not by a long shot. Looking back on those days, I didn't really remember much from my other classes. I didn't have Harold or Ivy in the other ones. But I did hang out with Marissa in chemistry class. I don't remember much about that class, except talking to her. I don't remember who my teacher was. I don't remember who else was in the class. But it was a good place for me and Marissa to catch up. We didn't talk about a whole lot. I wasn't really telling her much about what was going on with me. Fiona's really the only person that I was telling anything to. But I do remember that this day, I did have something to talk to Marissa about. She had asked for my help, and I'd been kind of ignoring her. Not on purpose, but I just hadn't gotten around to it. And I think she was a little busy herself. It seemed every time I saw her that week, she was talking to Dean, or at least sitting near him. Sometimes they'd be arguing, sometimes they'd be best of friends. I just couldn't tell what was going on with those two. One thing I noticed from my conversations with Marissa, we could be having a really good one, and just out of nowhere, she'd say something really awkward, and sometimes insulting. Not just with me, but with other people too. It wasn't easy to have a conversation with her. You just had to try to find some common ground or common interest to keep things flowing. But I did want to ask her if she wanted to be a character in my story. I said, "Do you still need help with your crying?" And she said, "Tiff, I really would like some help. If you have some time. I am really enjoying acting class. Will you be doing after-school portions? And trying out for the plays?" "Yes, I've already asked my parents, and they're gonna let me go. They like that I'm doing something with other kids. They said it's good for me. And I said that I am making some friends. And they like that. My parents really enjoyed Magic Street. They really liked our dancing." "Yeah, I'm so glad you tried out. We really needed you." So Marissa, my story that I'm writing for Miss Kimbrough's class, I'm thinking about having a character that has a hard time crying. It's like she's under a magical spell or something. I haven't quite figured out the details, but I'd like to turn it into a play. And maybe someday, if we get to do the play, you could try out for the part. But at the end, your character would have a crying scene. That sounds cool. Yeah, you could be the star. You would be a lead character. Awesome, Tiffany. Thank you. You're welcome. You did inspire it. I figured I'd let you have first shot at it. But I just started writing the story, and I'm still coming up with ideas for the other characters. So it's gonna be a while before I have anything to show you. But in the meantime, you and I are gonna have to get together somewhere and practice this crying. We need to be somewhere kind of private, 'cause otherwise people will be wondering what we're doing. Probably not going to help if people keep interrupting, asking us what's wrong. Yeah, that would be embarrassing. Yeah, it totally would be. I was glad I told her about the story. I didn't know how I was going to have time for Marissa when I needed to work on my project with Harold and spend as much time with him as I could. But I also needed to write the story. Plus, I didn't know if I would be helping Fiona or not. There was so much to think about. When I arrived at drama class, Ellie was sitting in a chair. She had a full-length mirror on each side of her. She had 2 pink buckets with elephants on them, sitting on the stage. I wasn't even going to try to guess what those were for. But given how this day had gone so far, nothing would have surprised me. Good afternoon, y'all. How are y'all doing? Maribel. Glad to see you made it. Maribel's going to be joining us in the after-school portion. So we made arrangements so she could switch classes, so she could be in this last class of the day. We usually try to do that when possible. So y'all probably wondering why I got these mirrors and these buckets. Well, pretty simple. Today's lesson is about stage fright and fear. Before you can do some acting for other folks, you gotta kind of learn how to act for yourself. Your own mind can be your worst enemy. A few years back, I came up with this trick. It's very helpful. I'm probably not the first to do it, but the idea is, if you can look yourself in the eye and see what you look like when you're doing your performances, it'll help you get over your fear of doing it with somebody else. You know, some people like to do that imagine the audience in their underwear trick, but I think this is a little bit more important. Now, if any of y'all don't have a full-length mirror like this at home to practice with, I've got some coupons and such for some local stores. Help you save some money on getting one. I also know there's a few from down at the thrift store, but it'll be much helpful to y'all if you got one of these at home to practice with, so I recommend getting one. So what we're going to do today is, we're going to have 2 of you come up at a time. You're each going to grab a piece of paper from one of these buckets, and you're going to look in the mirror, and you're going to perform that scene for yourself. It'll tell you what kind of emotions and what kind of drama's in the scene, and you just kind of perform it for yourself, and the rest of your peers in this class will be your audience, but you're going to be paying more attention to what you're doing and less attention to them. And after about a minute, the next pair will come up, and we'll just keep going. Now, Dean, when we get to you, you're going to go up there, and Maribel's going to take over the other mirror, and we'll keep going until everybody's had at least 2 turns. And then we'll see what we got time for after that. So let's get started.
I may or may not remember all the words to this, but I'm going to try it. It's like a rose out of thorn, which is brand. You've come undone. Desire, harmony, moment together can see into the night. We're open through. Damn it! looking through the windows of the world. Looking the windows of the world. Float on seas of storms. Words of time, yes, alone. There's a beginning and ending with what we know. Surrender emotions, here we go. Deep into the night, we're looking through the windows of the world. We're opening the windows of the world. Beginning and ending with what we know. Surrender emotions, here we go, here we go. Deep into the night, we're looking through the windows of the world. We're opening the windows of the world. We're looking through the windows of the world. We're opening the windows of the world. Windows of the world. Windows of the world. Windows of the world. As I said, it gets a little bit difficult fitting in songs when I don't want to use the raw. There's lots of songs to use, but I'm saving them for later if I ever make the story again, for when they're supposed to be used. Hold on, stop. We'll get to you later. Okay. Oh, that's right. We got the whole bit with,
I really needed this lesson with mirrors. I had stage fright. I was still very shy. I still had my voice. I was still the frog. Nothing had changed. Although nobody had called me frog since the Grant Dobbs incident. And I don't think Harold knew that anybody had called me frog. I didn't tell him. I didn't really do any speaking for Magic Street. We mostly had the music and the dancing. Ivy had a few lines, and so did Marissa and Dean, but I was very comfortable with the dancing. I was still afraid for the speaking parts. I never saw myself as being an actress. I still wanted to be a singer, but that seemed like a long way away. I didn't know when or if Ellie's doctor friend would be in town. I hadn't had a chance to ask her, and I didn't want to press the issue either. But I really did need these mirrors. I would have to find some time to practice at home or with somebody. I definitely would need to make some time with Marissa or Harold. It's so funny how things had changed in only a few days. I had been looking forward to this class all summer. I had been waiting for Ivy to come home so we could start this drama class together. She had already had the class last year. Sitting here watching her perform, I could see she was already a star. She had talent. She had the gift. And she had a passion for it. Y'all did a fine job today. Y'all are off to a great start. Does anybody here not have a mirror yet? If any of y'all need help getting one, for whatever reason, you just let me know. One way or another, we'll make some arrangements so you get a mirror. Practice is very important. This is my umbrella trick. Every once in a while, I like to do that. It's good to have some spontaneity in drama. Keeps people on their toes. Yeah, we just gonna finish class here. I'm gonna go do a little number for y'all. And then Ellie sang a song. You did an awesome job. I don't remember what the song was. I'm not sure if I had heard it before. But I'm sure Ellie was singing it the right way. Whatever it was. When she was done singing, Ellie put the radio back on the stage. And she said, I'm gonna play a couple songs for y'all. A couple of my favorites. These are a couple of tunes by Irene Cara. Up first, we're gonna have the song Fame from the movie and TV show of the same name. Although they had somebody else doing the song for the TV show, because Irene wasn't in it. And then we're gonna have her singing What a Feeling from the Flashdance movie. Hopefully y'all enjoy these. Ellie had the radio up fairly loud, and everybody was really enjoying these songs. So much so that an announcement came through on the loudspeaker. Nobody even really noticed. Any other year it wouldn't have been important to me. But I would soon find out that this year it was important. I had always wanted to go to a homecoming or a prom. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to actually be asked to go. I thought I'd have my chance at junior prom with Grant, but that fell through. The bell rang just as the song ended.
We're going to get into the part where we showed this the other day, but some of you might not have been here.
Was about to be thrown into my plans. It was almost right in front of my face, but I didn't see it. I didn't know Harold was following me, but when we got to my locker, I started to ask him where we were going and when. But before I could really get into the subject, Ivy came over and was looking at something behind me. And then she interrupted us. Jack, it looks like you changed the date for the homecoming dance. You're taking me, right? He almost hesitated. Yep, I'm taking you. Good, 'cause I got plans for that. And she flirted with him a little bit. And they walked away. Another punch right to my heart. I didn't know how many more of these I could take. I thought I had my chance. She took him away from me. And no matter how much I thought he was gonna tell her that it was over, it seemed like it just wasn't gonna happen. I don't know if he was in love with her or not, but he was too nice to break her heart, and I can't really blame him for wanting to go to the dance. Let's face it. Ivy's a knockout. I just didn't know what to do anymore. I turned around to look at what was behind me. The posters for the homecoming game and dance were there, only they had been changed. They had put an alert sign on it, along with some information. They had changed the date for the dance from October to September 22nd. That day was Thursday, September 7th. I had 2 weeks to get this straightened out before that dance. The poster also said that due to the inconvenience of the date change, instead of a single theme, the dance would be an anything goes theme. It could be Western attire, Halloween costumes, ball gowns, masquerade, pretty much any theme. Not that it mattered. If I wasn't going with Harold, why would I be going?
Oh.
Thank you for watching episode 6 of World Without You.
Alright. I'm gonna go get some coffee warmed up, and then we'll do we didn't do all of episode 7 the other day, so we'll do as much as we can today. You know, the other day
Welcome to World.
I was trying to do the bit where because Claire Huron's about to come out, or Claire Norwood's about to come through this doorway here, and so I was, trying to tell the backstory of her and why her name's Norwood instead of Huron, etc., etc., and we ended up watching a bunch of this, so, we'll watch some more. If I recall correctly, this episode has 2 songs in it. One is the main title, only it's the long version. And then we've got one near the end of the episode. But I'll be right back. I'm going to get some coffee warmed up, and we're going to do that. We're gonna watch the episode. I'm not supposed to work today, so I'm not in any hurry to end this episode, and we're not going on 12 hours yet, so we're good. If you're watching right now, thanks for watching. Okay. Alrighty. Let's just go ahead and hit play.
And get it made into a play. I would have to come up with a different idea. But what? Ivy had a hold on him, and maybe he was falling for her. I thought I was alone, but then I heard a voice that sounded familiar. Somebody's got it bad. I could tell from the moment I saw you looking at him on Monday. Is it really that obvious? Not to everyone, but I've seen the same look on my face looking in the mirror. I've been there. I know what you're feeling. It hurts, don't it? Yeah, it really does. So let me see if I got this right. New guy comes to town, you got a crush on him, your best friend gets him first. Yeah, something very similar to that. Can I ask what happened? Well, I'm gonna give you the short version for now. Well, about 5 years ago, before I started teaching in the schools, I was attending a culinary school near Savannah, Georgia. I was at the house I was staying at. I went outside to get the mail, and I noticed that there was a new neighbor across the street. Trying not to stare at him, I went about my business getting the mail. And then I was a little curious, so I tried to hide behind the pole, get a better look at him. He was talking with some passerby, so he was distracted. He might have saw me, I don't know, but I got a little spooked, and I went back in the house. When I got back inside, I called up my friend Christy, and I told her that a really cute guy had moved in across the street, and that I had a bit of a crush on him. But I wasn't very outgoing. I was very shy. Christy was a friend that I made when I got to Georgia. We'd been friends for several months. I felt I could talk to her about anything. His name was Stu Spudman. It turns out he was also going to the technical academy, and he was also taking the culinary class, along with some video game class he was doing. One day, much like I did for you, our teacher gave us an assignment. They wanted us to study German foods, and we were partnered up. And one of the things we did was we went to this German restaurant. Well, it just so happens.
I built this based on the interior of the Bavarian Inn restaurant in Frankenmuth, Michigan. I'm from Michigan. I've been there before. I mean, it's not a lot, just a booth and whatnot, but it's just, kind of what I remembered from it, and like looking at a picture from like their website or whatever.
Same restaurant that my best friend worked at. Before I could get my chance to sweep him off his feet, she came over as our waitress and flashed her pretty face at him and stole him away from me. I don't know if she knew she'd done that to me or not, but she done it, and I was heartbroken. I finished up school and got out of that town as soon as I could. Turns out she ended up dumping him anyway. Such a shame. I didn't even get my chance. Shame is that I had made a really special cake for after the restaurant. I was hoping we'd come back to my place, have some of that cake, maybe watch some TV or something. Never did get the chance. But that's how I came up with my special recipe. The one that I never tell anybody. Miss Norwood, I didn't want to say anything in front of the other students, but is your secret ingredient strawberry wine? Yes, it is, child. How'd you figure that out? My mother's been drinking Newberry Falls strawberry wine for years, and every once in a while I'd have some with her. Yeah, the cakes y'all made the other day only had a slight amount. My own gets a little more, but that's a secret ingredient. You're a bright thing. I can tell you're headed places. You may not know that now, but you're gonna need to keep your head up. You'll figure it out. In the meantime, I told you the short version, because I want to give you a chance to catch up to that boy. You go find him and you tell him that you got a project to do, and you want to do it right, and don't let her keep him from you. I don't know what luck it was for him to draw your name, but he did. You got your chance, girl. You go right on and get him. Thank you, Miss Norwood. I'm so sorry you got hurt. It's all right, child. My name used to be Claire Huron. I found a wonderful husband. I'm doing okay. I hope you'll understand if I don't give you the recipe. You're gonna have to figure one out for yourself. Yeah, I understand why you need to keep that to yourself. I know you do. Now tomorrow, if you didn't get a chance to work with him on your project because she kept him from you, I want you to ask me a question about vanilla frosting, and I'll make sure to set them and everybody straight on these projects. That sounds like a good idea. Thanks again. You're welcome. Good luck. I thought for sure by the time I got outside, Harold and Ivy would be gone, but one of them must have had to go to the bathroom or something, because they were both still outside. One minute it looked like they were arguing, and the next it looked like Ivy was flirting with them again. And then Jamie and Maribel showed up, and they must have told Ivy that they need to go do their project. And they left Harold there alone. Maybe Harold had stood his ground, or maybe the other two girls had just gotten her away from him. Either way, I was going to get my chance. We just needed to figure out where we were going. Oh good, I caught up to you. I got delayed by one of the teachers. Is everything okay, Harold? Yeah, everything's okay. Ivy and the others went to do their projects. Ivy wanted me to go with them to do their projects, but I told her we should probably be doing them separate. She was kind of getting upset. Jamie said it was a better idea if we did them in separate groups. Well, Jamie's probably right. It's a little hard to concentrate with such a big group. We might not get done in time. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. You know the area better, so, what library you think we should go to? Well, I like the one over in Park Shore. It's a little bit of a distance from here, so it'll take a while, but it's a nice walk to get there. That sounds good. It really was a beautiful day for walking. I was so happy that he was able to come with me. I think the long walk did him some good. Gave him a chance to cheer up a little bit. It's not easy saying no to Ivy. We were walking through this one neighborhood, and one of the houses was having a rummage sale. I asked Harold if he wanted to stop, and he said, "Sure. I like rummage sales. You can always find some good stuff." Harold, being the nice guy that he is, introduced us to the couple that lived there. It turns out they had just moved in there, and they were selling some of the stuff that the people left behind when they moved. Their names were Nellie Wilson and Mike Skipper, but he said everybody called him Mud. He was really into fishing. They had a couple baby items I was looking at. That old high chair reminded me of the one I had when I was a baby. I was thinking about my dad and my mom and how happy they must have been when my brother and I were young. And then Harold came over and told me about a time he was babysitting his niece Carla. He said, that one day, no matter how much I tried, I couldn't get the food in her mouth. Seemed like she either got it all over the tray or all over me. It was always fun. I had a good mix of items. I had some baby stuff. I had some bicycles. A couple of old appliances. Some tools, and pretty much the usual stuff you'd see at a rummage sale. And then we were looking at the table with some tools on it. He was looking to see if there was any that he needed, since he didn't bring everything with him when he moved. And then he sat down and was looking at this dollhouse. You know, I look at this big dollhouse, and I think about all the kids that might like something like this and never get to have it. I've always wanted to do something, somehow, to get some things like this to the poor kids. You know, maybe find some that need some fixing up or whatnot. Kind of the same with this refrigerator over here. I'd love to fix this up and find some poor person that could use a fridge. I really want to help some people. I really like that, Harold. If I can ever help you with that, I'd love to. Well, I'd love to buy this fridge, but I don't have any way of getting it back to Ellie's place. And, well, Miss Kimbrough's got a pickup truck. She might help you with that. Yeah, she might. I'm sure she'd want to help you with that. Yeah. Hey, I was looking at these bikes here. I don't know how far we gotta walk, but, maybe we could buy these bikes and, maybe do a few more things by getting there faster. That sounds like a great idea, Harold. So I texted Fiona to see if she would be able to help us get the fridge. So we bought the bikes and we left our number with Nellie and Mud.
Now, I recorded this on my old computer, my old laptop. When I was recording it, it didn't look this crappy. But, unfortunately, the video comes out all grainy and not as good as I'd like it to be. But, it is what it is. And it's what I have, and we're going to be watching them ride around on these bicycles while the music plays. Well, the music's going to play for me. I'm going to sing along to it, and you know, but anyway.
Asked him to let us know if the fridge gets sold. He said if nobody bought it by Sunday night and we couldn't get Fiona to help us out, he'd make arrangements with us to haul it in his truck. He liked Harold's idea.
I mean, at some point, we'll, you know, it's coming up where they'll
come back.
Where's the video?
I had my eye on something too. Since we had the bikes and could go a little further, I took us along the bike trail in Willowshire. Harold wanted to stop and look at the community garden. And that's when he said, I always wanted to have a community garden like this back home. I tried to get one started, but I didn't know much about gardening, and I couldn't get anybody to help me. That's a shame, Harold. I don't know much about gardening myself either. But if you ever get a chance to make one here, I'll help you. Yeah, that would be cool. Hopefully we can help some poor people with that too. That's what I really wanted to do back home. Not just flowers and stuff, but, you know, grow some food too. Yeah, that's a good idea. The more I talked to Harold and listened to his ideas and got to know him, I realized just how nice he really was, how much he cared, and I wanted to see him succeed with his ideas, and I wanted to be there when they happened so I could see the smile on his face and the faces of those that he helped, and I couldn't help but think that he might not be able to do those things if he stayed with Ivy. I'm sure he would follow her wherever she went, if he loves her. But I don't know if he would be happy. I just wish the world could have more people like Harold. As we were passing through Brookdale Commons, Harold spotted an ice cream vendor and suggested we should stop and get some. So I said sure. The way I was feeling, Harold could have suggested that we eat a bowl of thumbtacks, and I would have accepted the offer just to spend more time with him. I just wasn't going to miss my chance again. I had been given this gift of more time, and it was a nice day. We ordered a couple of strawberry parfaits. Yeah, I don't usually eat strawberry ice cream, but something about the way that sounded, strawberry parfait, I wanted to try that. Yeah, same here. I usually get a fudge sundae, but strawberry parfait did sound good. What's your favorite ice cream, Harold? Well, I like chocolate. Sometimes I'll have some mint chocolate chip, sometimes cookies and cream. I like chocolate and peanut butter. That's good stuff. Yeah, I like that too. So Harold, I've been meaning to ask you, did you want to join drama class? Well, actually, it wasn't really part of my plan, but part of the deal with Ellie was if I moved here, she wanted me to take the class just in case she needed some extra actors or something. And, well, I really wanted to come here, so I wasn't going to upset her. Besides, I really didn't know what kind of classes I wanted to take anyway, so it gave me something to do. Yeah, something similar happened to me. I wasn't really going to take drama class, and Ivy talked me into it, especially after she had me try out for the dancing play. Yeah, I heard about that. Ellie says you did a good job on that. Really helped her out. Yeah, I really like Ellie. So Harold, have you come up with any ideas for a play for her? And we painted that forest scene. I don't know if she's still looking for ideas or not. Did you come up with any? Well, I've been trying, but haven't really been coming up with very many good ideas lately. I was hoping creative writing class would help me with my imagination a little bit, but I don't know, I'm having a hard time thinking lately. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's been quite a week. Yeah. But at least it's not raining today. Yeah. Sure is nice to not have the rain today. And after we finished, we got back on our bikes and did a lot more exploring. Eventually we got to the library.
If there was no sunshine, I could learn to live with the rain. Darling, if I had to, I could trade pleasure for pain. I could live without food or money. Wouldn't be so hard to do. And if the stars fell down from the sky, baby, I would make it through. But in a world without you, where would I be? Where would I be without you, babe? I couldn't breathe without you, babe. In a world without you, where would I be? Where would I be without you, babe? I couldn't breathe without you, babe. Oh, wouldn't be no music, no reason to laugh, no reason to smile. Couldn't call it living with nothing to make the living worthwhile. You know that it would all seem worthless if you weren't here with me. And I could have the world in my hands, but I wouldn't have a thing. 'Cause in a world without you, where would I be? Where would I be without you, babe? I couldn't breathe without you, babe. In a world without you, where would I be? Where would I be without you, babe? I couldn't breathe without you, babe. Oh, down, 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 down. Without you, where would I be? without you. Baby, it would all seem worthless if you weren't here with me. And I could have the world in my hands, but I wouldn't have a thing, 'cause in a world without you, where would I be? Where would I be without you, babe? I couldn't breathe without you, baby, in a world without you. Where would I be? How would I be without you, baby? I couldn't live in a world without you. Where would I be? How would I be without you, baby? I couldn't live in a world without you. Where would I be? How would I be without you, baby? I couldn't live in a world without you.
After a while, we stopped near the Peterson Railroad Bridge. We were just kind of enjoying the view. Harold was starting to tell some story about a similar bridge back home in Texas, but he was having a little trouble finding the words. I was beginning to think that he was having the same issues I was, and he just couldn't find the words to tell me what he really wanted to say. I couldn't tell him what I needed to tell him, and he just couldn't tell me. All I could do was just try to enjoy this day with him, and just be there in case he did open up. I wish I could remember exactly what he did say. I think it was something about poor people again, something to do with the poorer neighborhoods on the other side of the railroad tracks. After a few minutes, we got going again, and we finally got to the library. So when we got to the library, first thing we needed to do was figure out exactly what we needed to research. Our topic was cake, but there was so much to that. Harold and I agreed that we needed to separate it into parts. Obviously, we would have to do something about the history of cake and the history of types of cakes, but we would also have to go into the ingredients. I didn't know how much time we would have to study these things together, but in the back of my mind, I kept telling myself that I needed to give us more work to do. The more work we did on this project, the more we'd need to do it together. This morning, I might not have thought much about this project as far as a class assignment goes, but after getting to know Miss Norwood a little bit, I definitely wanted to do a good project for her. It wasn't about a grade anymore. So Harold, where should we start? I don't know, we probably should look at the different components of a cake. You know, what makes up a cake.
We got the flour, and we got the sugar, and usually we got some eggs in there. What else goes into the cake? Well, I think they use some baking powder or baking soda, or something like that. And, well, I know we've been using butter, so, I don't think just copying this stuff out of a book's gonna work. We're gonna have to do something. I agree. Of course, the history of flour, sugar, and butter probably goes back a long ways, so probably just saying that it goes back for thousands of years isn't going to be too exciting, but maybe we can do something with that. Well, earlier today you mentioned that we'd go to some bakeries. Maybe we can go to a bakery and ask where they get their ingredients from. Maybe we can see if we can go to the places where they get those ingredients. Maybe there's a tour. You know, Harold, I think you're onto something there. Maybe first we should look up the bakeries. Of course, it would help if those supply places were local, because I don't know if we'd be able to go to them otherwise, unless we get somebody to drive us. Yeah, I suppose you're right. I mean, I'm sure Aunt Ellie would drive us if we needed to go, if she can. Yeah. Well, let's see what we can do. Maybe the computer has something. When I got on the computer, I reminded myself I wanted to look up and see if Fiona had used her real name on any websites. The library computer didn't have access to everything at that time. From what I was able to look at, I didn't find anything for Carol Kimbrough. I would have to try again when I got home, if I remembered. In the meantime, I looked up some bakeries. That's when Harold said, I wonder if there's any bakeries that try to use local ingredients. Maybe something not too corporate. Maybe some local eggs or something. Well, might be able to find one. As I was scrolling through the Yellow Pages site, looking at the different listings for the bakeries in the area, I remembered that I had had a cake from a bakery recently, my mom's wedding cake, but I didn't go with her to that bakery. I don't know which one she used. When my mom and Fiona were alone that one day, Fiona put her in touch with a wedding planner that specialized in private weddings. My mom did have an outdoor wedding, but it was in a secluded area where not very many people would be able to see what was going on there. It was a very nice place for people who wanted a nice wedding, but didn't want to risk visitors showing up. That same wedding planner must have helped my mother pick a bakery. This meant that I would have to do something that I wouldn't have imagined myself doing a few months earlier. I was going to be texting my mother and asking her a question about this project. So I texted my mother and asked her what the bakery was that she got her cake from. Surprisingly, it didn't take very long for her to answer. Maybe 5 minutes. She kept it short and simple. The bakery is called Sequoia's Bakery. It's run by a lady named Sequoia Redding. The bakery was actually just a few doors down from Lexi's. When I looked up the listing, it said that they were going to be closing soon. Harold and I would have just enough time to
barely get there. But since it was on the way home, we figured it was worth a shot to at least pass by, in case somebody was still there. As we were getting ready to leave and check out our books, Harold got a text. I can only assume it was from Ivy. She must have been asking him something about the dance. And that's when something peculiar happened. Harold asked me for a favor that I wasn't expecting. Hey, Tiffany? You know I'm new in town, right? And, I don't know very many people here. And, well, I've suddenly got this dance to go to. And, well, I don't know how to slow dance. And, I don't really want to ask Ivy to teach me to dance, because of what she might think of me. And I don't really want to ask my aunt. And I know you're a really good dancer. I was wondering if you know how to slow dance. Would you maybe mind showing me how? I'd be really appreciative. You know, I really want to do a good job of dancing. Be kind of awkward going to that dance and not doing a very good job. I couldn't believe what Harold had just asked me. So many thoughts were going through my mind. I didn't know what to think. Of course I said yes, but I just couldn't help but wonder if there was anything more behind him asking me. The only place I could think to even do this would be at my house. I would just have to be very careful.
Okay, time out. I haven't shown the previous episode. In episode 2, right after her mother married her uncle, they told the kids that they were leaving that house to the kids, and the mother was moving into Uncle Donald's house. And then soon after, Tommy left home. Tommy James, her brother, is currently AWOL. We don't know where he went. He needed to leave town to do some thinking because his mother was trying to pressure him into going to medical school to take over Uncle Donald's practice. And, he's like, he didn't want to do that. And that's when Uncle Donald showed up that day to ask the mother to marry him. And he's like, he walked in on them arguing and said, look, hey, leave the boy alone. He's old enough to make his own decisions, and I got something to talk to you about. And then soon afterward, Tommy left town. So, we don't know where Tommy James is at. I mean, I do, but in the story, we haven't said where he's at. That's not happening for a very long time, if I ever make the episodes again. But she's got the house to herself. She can go home and not be expecting her mother to be there. Not having to hide anything from her mother. If she's at home singing, her mother's not there to tell her, stop singing. You're not supposed to be singing. The doctor said you can't sing. Uncle Donald, the doctor that don't know much. Earlier in this episode, I mentioned the part, well, I didn't, but she mentioned that Miss Bird has a doctor friend that's supposed to come and check her out for real and see if she really does have a voice problem that keeps her from singing. to where if she were to keep singing, could she lose her voice? Or worse. But she can't help but sing along to the radio and all that, and, you know, to the Belinda Carlisle songs, and it's just, you know, that's part of the story. Anyway, I'm just bringing that up and saying that because, you know, she's going to go back to the house and show him how to dance at her house.
To only be teaching him how to dance. If somehow Ivy saw us, I would have to tell her that all I was doing was giving him a dancing lesson because he wanted to dance nice for her. You ready to go, Harold? Yeah. I was looking at this gardening book. Why don't you get a few gardening books to take with you? That sounds like an idea. I think I'll take this one for now. Can always come back for more. Yeah, we'll have to come back to return the others. We were a bit late getting to the bakery. There was a lady at the front door. Looked like she was trying to lock it. She was struggling a little bit. Harold said, "Hi, you wouldn't happen to be Sequoia, would you?" The lady said, "Yeah. Hi, I'm Harold, and this is Tiffany Grace, and you're probably closed, but we were wondering if we could ask some questions about cakes for a school project." She said, "Yeah, I am closed. I'm just having a hard time getting this door to lock. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's just something's stuck." And Harold said, "Mind if I take a look? I'm a bit of a handyman." She said, "Sure. You got any tools inside?" Sequoia said that she did have a few small tools, so she invited us in to get the tools, and after a little bit of tinkering, Harold fixed the door for her. That's when she asked how she could help us, and we told her about the project and the kind of information we were looking for, and she said, "Sure, I'll tell you where I get some supplies at. I do try to get some local ones. Sometimes when I'm in a pinch, I have to order from somebody else, but when it's possible, I order from local places." Harold asked her where she gets her eggs from, and she said, "I try to get most of my eggs from a chicken rescue, but since they're not a production facility, I still have to order from some of the big suppliers. There's a brochure from the egg farm if you're interested in paying them a visit. They do give tours. Might even be able to get you in within the next few days." "That would be cool." "Yeah, that would be cool, Harold." That's when Harold said, "Is there anything else you need tinkering with while I'm here?" And she said, "I have a cabinet door that's a little loose if you'd like to take a look at that." And Harold fixed that for her too. I told her that my mom had recently had a wedding cake from her bakery, and she asked me who it was for, and she said, "Oh yeah, that was a cool cake I made. I liked that one. I don't usually make a black and white cake, but that was kind of fun." I said, "Yeah, that was a different theme, but everybody really enjoyed the wedding, and everybody loved the cake. I know for sure I used local ingredients in that cake." We chatted for a while, and Sequoia gave us a few more brochures and business cards for some of her other suppliers. We also chatted about being in Miss Norwood's class, and she had also had Miss Norwood when she was in school, and that's what inspired her to go into baking. She said that instead of going to culinary school, she just found a job at a local bakery and kind of apprenticed a little bit for a while. And then when she saved up enough money, she went to the bank and got a small loan to open up her own bakery. She said she just got lucky that person she talked to about getting a loan was very supportive of her ideas, and she just tried very hard to keep things simple and use good ingredients. And of course put a lot of love into everything she bakes. They just don't come out right any other way. We exchanged numbers and offered to come help her at the bakery before our project was due. Harold and I would just have to work out which day to come. Oh no, it was a good experience. We made a new friend. And then we headed to my place. We got down to the business of teaching Harold how to dance. So the first thing I needed to know was, how much did he really know about dancing? So Harold, have you slow danced at all? Are you a complete beginner? Well, my mom kinda taught me when I was real little, and then I danced with my sister Cheryl at a wedding, but that was several years ago, and it wasn't very long, and I don't really remember it, and I just don't want to be too clumsy when I go to dance with Ivy. I don't want to step on her feet or anything. I might be a little nervous, so I kinda need a refresher. Sometimes I could be a little forgetful. Well, Harold, there's nothing wrong with admitting that you make mistakes or forget things. And I know Ivy can be a little bit tough, but if you do make a mistake, I'm sure she'll be okay. Just try not to step on her feet too much. She can be a little grumpy sometimes, like we saw today. Yeah, I don't know, I think something's bothering her. I don't know what, but something seemed really peculiar with the way she was acting today. I hope everything's okay with her. Yeah, I agree. If I get a chance, I'll ask her. She might not want to tell you, but she might tell me. In the meantime, we need to pick out something to dance to. This is my dad's old record player. I think it was his daddy's before him. It's probably one of his favorite things in the world. Ivy and I used to dance with him, and my brother Tommy James would dance with us too. But he died of a heart attack. Yeah, you mentioned something about that. I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, he really loved music. He's got quite a record collection here. Now that I'm older and I've looked through these records, I can really see how many good ones he's got. He's the one that taught me how to dance, all different kinds of dancing. So, you said your mama got married recently. Yeah, that's very complicated, and if I tell you about it, you need to promise not to tell anybody else. Ivy knows about it, but it's probably not a good idea to talk about it with her, just in case anybody else is listening. So it turns out, before my mom fell in love with my dad's brother Donald had a crush on my mom, and my mom had a crush on Donald too. Before they knew that they had a crush on each other, my dad's parents caused my Uncle Donald to go to college, and my dad, being the younger brother, was still home, and he had a crush on my mom too, and they fell in love. It devastated my mother when my dad died. She spent the last several years in this house depressed, until this summer when my Uncle Donald came over and swept her off her feet, and they got married. My uncle married my mother. So many people would say that's wrong, or would want to gossip about it, so we try not to tell anybody. Miss Kimbrough made my mom's wedding dress. I met her at the bridal shop she works at, before I had her as a teacher this year. After the wedding, Mom and Uncle Donald told me and Tommy that they were going to let us have the house. Tommy's currently away somewhere. He's trying to find himself. So I've got this whole house to myself. Sometimes I enjoy it, and sometimes I'm alone, and it's too quiet here. But then I turn on the music, and I dance with my daddy. I just remember that I'm never alone, because he's with me. Okay, Harold. You pick out the first song, and then I'll pick one. And so Harold was looking through the records, and he would pull out a record and listen to a few notes to see if he recognized it, or he would test them to see if they were a good slow dance song. And finally he came across one that he said, I recognize that one. This is the one that my sister had at her wedding. This is probably a good one. It was a song called Fascination by Fermo Dante Marchetti. I think they played this in a couple of them Karate Kid movies. You know what, Harold? I think you're right. I remember hearing that. So we danced to that song, and then I picked one out, just like he did. I tested a few until I heard one that I recognized, and I found the one that my dad had used with me. It's called Moonlight Serenade by Glenn Miller. He was a bit rusty, but it didn't take long to get him dancing. I don't recall him stepping on my feet at all, and we danced. I'll always remember those songs as the songs we danced to. There's also a certain song that reminds me of how I was feeling at that time, and whenever I hear that, it reminds me of us dancing.
Okay. Once again, I haven't sung this one in a while, so I might mess up some of the lyrics. But I'm going to try it anyway. I open the door, you stand there in the rain. Your eyes say it all, and I know 'cause I feel the same. Why do we do the things we do? How can all of us be so cruel? Why are we so afraid? Why are we so afraid? Take my hand and step into the light. As we touch, our hearts will open wide. Kiss my lips and hold me now, right there by my side. Help me find the place where love hides. And follow you home while they're in the dark. I hear your words, they twist me and tear me apart. Why do we hurt the ones we trust? If they're all that's become of us, are we so alone? Why are we so alone? Take my hand and step into the light. As we touch, our hearts will open wide. Kiss my lips and hold me now, right there by my side. Help me find the place where love hides. We can find the place where love hides. Why do we hurt the ones we trust? Is that all that's become of us? Why are we so afraid? Why are we so afraid? Take my hands and step into the light. As we touch, our hearts will open wide. Kiss my lips and hold me now. Lie here by my side. Help me find the place where love hides. We will find the place where love hides. We can find the place where love hides. Find the place where love hides. Find the place where love hides. Find the place where love hides.
Harold had turned his head and stopped dancing, and when I turned to look at what he was seeing, I just exploded. What the hell are you doing here? Thank you for watching episode 7 of World Without You. Please leave a like or a comment if you watched. Welcome to World Without You, a Sims. Harold had turned his head and stopped dancing, and when I turned to look at what he was seeing, I just exploded. What the hell are you doing here? I thought you moved out of here. Tiffany Grace Hilliard, you will not use that language with me. I am still your mother. You said you were moving out and leaving us the house. Why are you here? You letting yourself in anytime you feel like? Young lady, this is still my house. If it's still your house, you should have said so. You said you were leaving us the house, not that you were just going to barge in anytime you felt like coming. If you just give me a chance to explain, I'll tell you why I was here. It still doesn't mean you should be barging in and showing up anytime you feel like, and coming out of nowhere. You're always interfering with everything. Still in your house, you should just move right back in. Whatever this just showing up unannounced, doing whatever you feel like. I'm trying to tell you why let us have the house, just let me tell us when you're coming over. Harold was trying to get a word in edgewise, but neither of us could hear him. And suddenly he pulled his umbrella out, just like Ellie had done. And he started that Singing in the Rain song, and we both stopped arguing long enough to pay attention to him. And then he stopped, and my mother started laughing. He totally cracked her up. I hadn't heard my mother laugh like that in years. I was just in shock. Young man, I think I like you. What's your name? I'm Harold. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Hilliard. It's nice to meet you too, Harold. I'm really sorry I interrupted your dancing. That was a lovely song you were dancing to. It's one of my favorites. Tiffany, I'm sorry I showed up unannounced. I wasn't trying to. I did have a reason for being here, but I should have let you know I was coming. And yes, it is your house. I'm sorry for saying that it was still my house. Part of that's true, but I still need to respect your privacy. I'm sorry too, Mom. I came over to get my mail, and I sat at the table to rest for a minute. I've been having some headaches lately, and then I got your text, and it reminded me that I hadn't done my gardening in a while, and I needed to go clean it up for the fall. I needed to transplant some of those over to Donald's house, and well, I didn't hear you come home. I was still outside, and I came in to wash my hands, and that's when I heard the music, and then I saw you. Hey, Mom, thanks for the tip on the bakery. Harold and I went there. Sequoia's a nice lady. I liked her, too. She did make a nice cake. Hey, congratulations on getting married. Thank you, Harold. My mother had been getting headaches because she was going through alcohol withdrawal. Uncle Donald was helping her to quit drinking, or at least to cut back. I felt bad for snapping at her, but she did catch me off guard. Sometimes I wonder what might have happened had she not been there. I had Harold all to myself, but there she was, my mother and Harold. They were getting along very well. But that's Harold for you. Harold is just that nice guy that people can talk to. So, what kind of garden you got? I grow strawberries. I've been growing strawberries for years. Would you like to see my garden? Yes, I would, Mrs. Hilliard. My mother led us to the backyard to show us her garden.
Time out. At this point in the story, this became like a story within the story type thing. So like this episode and the next episode were like the backstory of her and her family and why she's growing strawberries. So it's going to be a while before episode 10 is when we got back into the story of Harold and Tiffany and all that. So, just saying.
Gardening was one of the few things that she would do where she wasn't watching TV or drinking. I never knew why, but these strawberry plants meant a lot to her. I didn't always get to see her in the garden. Most of the time she would be doing her gardening while I was in school. When we got outside, She'd already cleared out most of the planter boxes. She had one left, with a few plants. Most of the time when you see strawberries growing, they're growing low to the ground. And they have runners that shoot off and start new plants. But this style of growing strawberry plants is something that's been done in my family for generations. It's a way of using wires and cages and all sorts of things to get the strawberries to grow vertically, like a bush. That way you can start more plants next to them. My mother had never really told me anything about her family. All of my grandparents had died before I was born. I'd never met any of them. Mom, why did your family grow strawberries? Well, Tiffany, that's a long story. But I think it's time I tell you. Harold, you seem like a nice young man. You can stay and listen to the story, as long as you don't tell anybody. Mrs. Hilliard, you can trust me. I won't tell. I'm especially interested in learning more about these strawberry plants and how to grow them. Belle, this is where things get a little interesting. Right now I'm having a major deja vu moment. That night I sat in this chair, and Harold sat next to me, and my mother sat where you're sitting. And she told me a story that was amazing. Some was exciting, and some was sad, but it was true, and I'd never heard it before. What did she say, Mom? Well, we sat down at the table, and she said, Tiffany, my maiden name is not Debbie Preston. My mother had my name changed when I was born. How much do you know about the name Newberry? And I said, I've only heard of Newberry Falls wine. Are they the people that made Newberry Falls? In the late 1830s, a boy named Preston Newberry was born to struggling farmer parents Burton and Annabelle in Missouri. A recession known as the Panic of 1837 and an invasion by the Hessian fly had devastated what little they had. So like many families of that era, they sought to find a place to start over along the Oregon Trail. They attempted to settle near Fort Laramie, Wyoming, but in 1847, Annabelle died from cholera. Burton did his best to raise Preston without her. He did what jobs he could, such as fur trapping. Then came the gold rush in California. Burton packed up and headed for New Hopes with Preston. By the time Burton and Preston got to California, most of the gold that could be easily found had been dug up or had been panned. So instead, Burton looked for some other jobs to do so he could make up enough money to try to start up a small farm somewhere. He and Preston had made a camp near the Escaleras Falls, a Spanish word for stairs. One day, Burton and Preston were fishing by the waterfall when a lady named Eve Thornhill came by and joined them. She was a recent widow. Her husband had found gold, and they were able to purchase a farm, but he died shortly after that in a dispute with some other gold diggers. She had heard that Burton was looking for a job as a farmhand, so he and Preston went to work on her farm, and not long after that, they got married. She didn't have any other family, no one from her side or from her husband's. So Preston inherited the farm, and it became the Newberry farm. He grew up and married a lady named Isabel. Isabel loved strawberries, and she felt that that would be a good crop to grow. And those strawberries were usually made into Newberry Falls strawberry wine. And that began the legacy of Newberry Falls Vineyard. They had established a few traditions. One was that the first son to be born would be named Preston, and the farm would be passed to Preston. If no son was named Preston, the last daughter to be born would inherit the farm. And so it went. Preston had married Isabel. They had a son, Preston II. He married a lady named Michelle, and they had a son, Preston III. Preston III married a lady named Cornelia. Cornelia gave birth to 2 daughters. One was named Isabel, and another was named Michelle. And after that, she was not able to have any more children. So it would be up to her children to try for sons. Isabel and Shelley were born about 15 years apart. Isabel gave birth to a set of triplet girls, Johanna, Roxana, and Susanna. But her husband went off to World War II and didn't return. Shelley was much younger than Isabel. She was closer in age to the triplets, only a few years older. So as things stood, Michelle, or Shelley, being the youngest daughter of Preston's, stood to inherit the farm, and it would be up to her to try for a son. But her youngest daughter, if she had one, would also inherit the farm. If Isabel could have had a son with another husband, she could have named him Preston, and he would have become the heir. But she was no longer able to have children after complications with the triplets, and thus came jealousy and resentment. Shelley was close with her father, but not so close with her mother or her sister. Preston III didn't know about all the animosity. He had all these beautiful girls and a wonderful life, but his time was running out. In the fall of 1952, Preston Newberry III passed away. Shelley was not yet an adult, and her mother still had control of the farm. Cornelia was really an outsider and a gold digger. While she may have loved Preston, she was in it for the money and the prestige, and she wanted her name on it. But the reality was, Shelley never wanted the farm. If she had a child that could be the heir, so be it. She loved the farm itself, working in the fields, helping out, but what she really wanted was to be a veterinarian and take care of animals. The Newberry farm did not have animals. Instead, they relied on getting milk and eggs from another local farmer, who just happened to also be their head farmer. The Gutierrez family had been working at the Newberry farm since its beginning. They provided milk and eggs to the village. The wives would usually tend to their own farm, while the husband would work at Newberry's. Enrique Gutierrez was the son of Manuel and Gabriela. He was in his 20s, but had not yet found a wife, nor had any children. He spent most of his days at the Newberry farm, not only tending the strawberries, but he was also the head winemaker. This left him with little time to run the dairy and egg farm of his own. But Shelley was helping him out as best as she could. Preston III was very supportive of Shelley, and he knew that she wanted to become a vet. And he was trying to make changes to the estate so that if she decided to go into veterinary medicine, her sister could take over the farm until a proper heir came along. But Cornelia did not know about these changes, nor about Shelley's desire to break the tradition. Little did Cornelia know, She was about to set events in motion that would threaten the very foundations of Newberry Farms. After all, what could it hurt? All she did was hire a farmhand of her own choice.
Dun 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 dun. I can see you when the rains come. I love memories as I go back to the place where love was new, to the place of me and you. And remember September and the promise of love we made. Forever. Nothing in this world would ever change. Everything we felt would stay the same. You see me like you once did, and touch you like before, as I need you even more than I did then. Put your kisses on my skin, forever in my soul. Remember September and the promise of love we made, leaving forever. Nothing in this world would ever change. Everything we felt would stay the same. Nothing would change. This world would ever change. Nothing would change. Ooh, my love, I want you. Ooh, my love. Ooh, my love. Remember September and the promise of love we made, believing forever. Nothing in this world would ever change. Everything we felt would stay the same. Nothing would change, and this world would ever change. Nothing would change, and we felt would stay the same. Nothing would change. Nothing would change. Nothing would change. Nothing would change.
one day, Cornelia went down to...
Time up. I didn't have the nectar makers when I made this, so that's why there's the juice fizzer boilers instead.
The wine production area, and she wanted to have a discussion with Enrique. Cornelia was always trying to meddle with the way Enrique was making the strawberry wine. She was trying to get him to cut corners, to produce more batches, or to use cheaper methods, but he kept standing his ground, saying to her that this is the way the Newberry wine is supposed to be made, that Mr. Preston would never have approved, and that he could only do things the way that Mr. Preston would have wanted. No matter how hard she tried to demand he make her changes, he would not compromise the quality of the wine. Then one day, while Cornelia and Isabel and the triplets were having a sewing session, one of the maids overheard her talking about how she was going to hire somebody new to not only make the wine, but work the fields, and that she would get rid of Enrique and his stubborn refusal to follow her orders. How dare he not obey her? This was her house and her farm, and Isabel agreed. Cornelia had also made some disparaging remarks about Enrique's ethnicity. She was prejudiced. She felt Enrique was beneath her, and he had no right to disobey her. One day, while Enrique and Shelley were working the field, a young man approached. Shelley sauntered over to him to give him a warm greeting, to welcome him to Newberry Farm. There was just something about him. He said his name was Fostoria Deschler, and that he was a new farmhand. He was hired to help out in the field, and that he was ready to start right away. And without hesitation, they got to work. Enrique welcomed the new farmhand. He didn't know that Fostoria was hired as a replacement. Other farmhands had been hired before, and they'd always been welcomed, and had always done well. There was never any fighting. But that was always because the Newberrys had treated their employees well. There was one issue, however. The Newberrys did not have any of their help staying at the farm, and Fostoria was not able to find anywhere to stay in the village. But Enrique gladly opened up his home to let Fostoria stay with him. Fostoria did not know he had been brought in to replace Enrique. Despite Cornelia's plans, he just wanted a job and was a good worker. He and Enrique got along well and were good friends. After Cornelia gave it some time, she went down to the production area to once again have a discussion with Enrique. This time, she had a nicer approach and what sounded like a reasonable offer. She said that if Enrique were to show Fostoria how to make the wine, she would purchase more of the machines to make it so they could make more batches without having to cut corners or change the recipe, and that would also give Enrique a chance to work on his own farm some more. It sounded like a win-win situation. How hard could it be? I'm sure all you had to do was just cut up the fruit and turn it into wine, right? But there was a lot more to it. Enrique knew it, but everyone else that knew it had passed away. He had some traditions of his own and some secrets. And so it went over the next several months. Fostoria and Enrique and Shelley worked as a team, both at the Newberry farm and at Enrique's. The Gutierrez farm was not very big. It really was just a barn and a few animals, but the Gutierrez family had always made do with very little and got the most out of it. The barn itself had been converted. The loft had been turned into a living area, mainly for sleeping. With the arrival of Fostoria, Shelley found herself spending even more time at Enrique's farm. Not only was she enjoying both of their company, but she had other reasons for not sticking around her own home. With Preston III gone, Shelley felt like her presence was unwelcomed. There was tension between her and her mother, as well as with her sister. But the worst came from the triplets. Johanna, Roxana, and Susanna were born into a life of privilege. The whole world was available to them. But, like so many rich, spoiled brats, they just didn't care about other people. And that included members of their own family. The three of them all shared some common traits. They were jealous, they were snobbish, and they were mean, with each of the three showing a tendency towards one more than the other. Johanna was mostly jealous, while Susanna was the biggest snob of the bunch. But that left Roxana to be the meanest, and the nearest object of their cruelties was Shelley. There was so much animosity towards Shelley, they just couldn't resist any chance to torment her and to try to get her into trouble. And the problem is, despite Shelley being a good person and not a troublemaker, they usually succeeded in showing her to be otherwise. They played cruel pranks on her and knew just when to play them. One time, while Shelley was picking strawberries, they ganged up on her, and while one of them distracted her, another tampered with the strawberries she had picked. And later on, when Cornelia came out to ask her a question, she was horrified at the condition of the strawberries Shelley had picked, and blamed Shelley. Shelley was too nice. She never passed the blame to the triplets. She just took the abuse because they were family, and she still loved them. But more was to come. And then a few weeks later, Shelley was laying in a field cloud gazing near an abandoned farm when they caught up to her again and surrounded her. And they each took turns with their teasing and prodding and insults, and occasionally they would shove her to try to get her to respond. She tried to reason with them, but you can't reason with people who have an agenda and want to see it through. And at the conclusion of this torture session, Roxana picked up a cup of mud and threw it in Shelley's face. And then they finally left her in peace. Once again, not wanting to start trouble at home, Shelley did what came natural to her. She sought a natural, peaceful solution. And so she went for a swim, but she had hung her dress on the nearby tree, and when she wasn't looking, the triplets took it. Shelley waited till it was dark enough, and then went to a neighboring farm and borrowed a towel from a clothesline. and then tried to go through the back door at home. But Cornelia met her at the door. And once again, Shelley heard the fury of a mother who was disappointed. Her mother cared more about what it would make her look like had anybody seen Shelley without her clothes, and only cared about her own embarrassment. It just seemed that no matter what Shelley did, there would be no more pleasing her mother. Now you may wonder why Shelley didn't fight back more. Well, she had learned over the years that some creatures just have a nature of attacking. Some don't even know why they're attacking, but they do it. And it's best to try to keep calm, even though you're not always successful. Enrique had taught her beekeeping. The beekeeping had been passed down to him from his father. It was part of keeping a successful farm. If you treated the bees right, the bees would take care of your plants. So when Fostoria came to the farm, naturally, Shelley wanted to help him learn. There had been bees on his farms in the past, but someone else had always done the beekeeping. So she wanted to teach him and help him to collect the honey and the wax. And of course, it was something for her to do with him together. And it didn't take long before they were spending most of their time together. Both at the Newberry farm and at Enrique's. And one day, their flirting and making out had gone far enough, and they snuck into one of the cow sheds, and they were in there for quite a while. But I don't think anybody saw them. And then they came out, and they went on with their separate daily tasks. Shelley went to feed the chickens, and Enrique joined her. As you might imagine, Shelley was in quite a good mood. At one point, while she was talking to Enrique, she gave him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Just an innocent one, the type that a sister may give a brother. But it just so happened the triplets had taken a different route to get home, and they saw her kiss him. And they just had to go tell their mother and grandmother what they saw. There was plenty of time for Cornelia and Isabel to discuss the situation and how to deal with it before Shelley got home. This was a last straw for not only Shelley, but also for Enrique. In Cornelia's mind, Enrique had no right to put his hands on her daughter. There was no way she would be marrying someone like him. It was time to get rid of him for good. And Shelley had crossed the line for the last time and had embarrassed the family name by kissing someone like him. And who knows what else she had done with him. And she was not yet 18. When Shelley came home, she went to visit her father's grave, as she often had done. And that's when her sister and her mother confronted her with their accusations and their anger. This completely took Shelley by surprise, since she had no idea what they were thinking about, or even talking about, as she had no intentions of doing what she was being accused of. She had innocently kissed him, and nothing more. And of course they brought up the inheritance of the farm, and that because she had disgraced the family, they would see to it that she would have no claim to the inheritance, and that she should pack her bags and go find somewhere else to live. A disgrace like her shouldn't be living under their roof. If she wanted to fraternize with the help, she could go live with them. Shelley had had enough. She couldn't believe how her family was treating her, and she just didn't care anymore. She never wanted to farm. She may have loved growing the strawberries and tending the farm, but she didn't care about the wine. To her, that was just poison or blood money, and it just wasn't worth what it was costing her. So she told them that she would gladly sign anything that they needed her to sign to just let them have it all. She was done. The only thing left now was for them to get rid of Enrique, and then Cornelia and Isabel would have the whole thing to themselves, to do with as they please. So they went down to the production area to confront Enrique with their accusations. And of course he had no idea what they were talking about. Shelley had innocently kissed him, but he knew he had not done anything else, but it didn't matter. They were getting rid of him, and there was nothing he could do about it. They told him that if he left peacefully, they'd leave him alone, and he could stay at his own place. But if he caused a fuss, they'd see to it that the whole town knew what he had done, and no one would welcome him, and nobody would want to buy anything from him. Are you okay, Mom? My mom had paused for a moment. I could tell this story was starting to bother her a bit. Obviously, she was at a very emotional part of it. Are you okay, Mom? I'm having one of my headaches. Do you need to stop? No. I want to finish the story. Well, have you eaten anything yet today, Mom? Has it been a while? Maybe we should stop and eat something. I haven't had dinner yet. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe we can all make something together. Yeah, Harold likes cooking. We got all these strawberries. How about some strawberry pancakes? We making breakfast again? That's right, Harold. We're making breakfast again. I love when you do that. I know, Mom. I told Harold all about it. We actually watched the movie the other day. It was his idea. Yeah, I really like that movie. It's kind of sad, but kind of happy too. Yeah, it's always been one of my favorites.
Breakfast at
So
Tiffany's.
We made some pancakes with some fresh strawberries. Gave us a chance to chat a little bit and let Mom refresh. And when we were done, she was ready to start again. It was a good thing we took a break because there was still a whole lot more to this story. I could tell she needed to tell me. It's almost as if she was bottling this up for a long time, and she didn't mind that Harold was here. She needed to tell. Are you needing a break, Mom? No, Bill. I'm okay. But I can relate to how she was feeling. I do need to tell you all this, and I'm really glad that I am. It really is time. I'm glad you're telling me too, Mom. So we finished eating, And when Mom was ready, she continued. Since I still have a lot to go in this portion of the story, I've decided to save some of it for the next episode. Thank you for watching episode 8, and please let me know if you are watching. I appreciate it. See you in the next episode. Welcome to World Without You. And when Mom... So we finished eating. And when Mom was ready, she continued. Shelley and Enrique met each other at the front gate. And they walked together back to Sierra's farm. Shelley kept trying to apologize to Enrique. But he kept telling her not to worry about it, that it wasn't her fault. He tried to cheer her up a little bit. Like a good friend would do. But I can only imagine what Shelley was feeling. Her family had disowned her. And she hadn't even done the things she had been accused of. But worse yet is how they had treated Enrique. He had always been good to her family. And he didn't deserve his treatment either. She felt so ashamed of her family. They should have been the ones that were getting shunned, not her, and not him. She would just have to stay with him for a few weeks, or more, till she could figure out other plans. With Enrique and Shelley gone, it was time for Cornelia to put the second phase of her plan in motion. Enough time had gone by that Enrique had been able to train Fostoria how to make the wine. For the first time in her life, Cornelia went against one of her own policies. She invited Fostoria to live at the farm. It was an offer he couldn't refuse. The condition was that he was to have no contact with Enrique. She would see to it that Enrique was not at home when Fostoria went to get his belongings. And so it was. Fostoria moved into the farm. Meanwhile, Shelley had settled in with Enrique, and after about a week or so, had started to think about what she was going to do. She had already known at some point that she was going to have to break away from the family if she was going to become a veterinarian, and she had already started to plan for it. She had started to save up her own money, and had managed to save up just enough to help her find a place in a new town, but she had no idea where. It was the early 60s. It seemed like all them college towns had rooms for rent. Shelley was trying to avoid going to one of the bigger schools. She just wanted a small place to start over. So she found one of the smaller towns with a community college. And after checking around the town, found an advertisement. A family named the Medfords had a room for rent. Eugene Medford had married a Native American lady named Shiawassee, and they had a daughter named Segola. And they lived on a normal street, like normal people, just had a happy life. And their oldest son had gone off to college in another town. They were renting his room out, and so Shelley rented their room and then set about trying to find a job. And she found a nice one. There was a local veterinarian named Oliver Madison, and he had an advertisement for a receptionist. Shelley went in there and told the doctor that while she didn't necessarily have any job experience, she was wanting to go to college to become a vet, and she must have said the right things because he hired her. And so Shelley rented the room and went to work. And then the next phase of her plan was to see about getting into college. So she toured one of the local community colleges that had a veterinary program and went through some orientations and tours and sat in on a few lectures and went about the business of applying. A few weeks later, she had her first day at Mason Community College. She was so excited. She almost ran full speed to her first class. But when she came out, she was feeling really queasy. She wasn't sure if it was something that she had seen in class, or she was sick from something she ate. After a moment, she gathered herself and got back up. But as she walked away, she felt sick again and made it over to the bushes. Shelley was having morning sickness. She did confirm it with a doctor. She was in fact pregnant. And so she attended college while she was pregnant. And then a few months later, she paid a visit to Enrique to check in with him and to let him know what was going on. Of course, it wasn't his baby. They both knew that. But Enrique didn't know whose it really was, and he didn't need to ask. That was her business. But it just so happened that that day at the Newberry farm, Fostoria had overheard the triplets talking about when they saw Shelley kissing Enrique. And that set him off. And he stormed off to confront Enrique over kissing his girl. He got right in Enrique's face and accused him. And Enrique was just letting him get his anger out. But then Shelley came out of the cowshed and told him to calm down, that he had it all wrong. That's when she told him that it was his baby. But the problem was, he was working for Cornelia, and if Cornelia found out that he was the father of her baby, she might fire him. They would have to keep this a secret. It'd be simple enough. long as Shelley left town before anybody noticed. So the three of them worked together to come up with a solution. Shelley was still staying with the Medfords, and she was doing fine there. But eventually she'd have to find her own place when the baby came. They all agreed that for the time being, Fostoria would keep working at the Newberry farm. In the meantime, Enrique would help Shelley find a place. And when the time was right, Fostoria could join her. Enrique waited until after Fostoria left to tell Shelley that he had a place that she could stay, and that he had something to tell her that he could only trust her with. He couldn't tell Fostoria until he knew for sure that he could trust him. Enrique told Shelley that they would get on the train in the morning and that they would switch trains to make sure they weren't being followed, and that he would take her to a town where he had a house. And so they did, and they soon arrived at a town that was once known as Granville, and he led her to a house on a street called Ardmore. And then when they went inside, they sat down at this table, and he told her the rest of the story. The first thing that Enrique did was he went to the back room, and a few minutes later he came back and put a bottle of wine on the table. It was an older bottle of Newberry Falls wine with one of their older labels from around the 1930s. Enrique opened the bottle and poured just a little bit and asked Shelley to taste it. He didn't want to give her too much because she was pregnant, but he needed her to sip it. And so she did. She hadn't really drank a whole lot of the family wine, but she had had a few sips over the years, and she knew that it tasted the same as any that she had had before. But that's when he told her that the bottle that she just drank from had been put into storage in this house around 1916, a few years before Prohibition started. Shelley couldn't believe it. There's no way she could be drinking wine that old. Strawberry wine doesn't last that long. It's hard enough just to get 1 year out of it, let alone several. But this was Enrique she was talking with. He wouldn't lie to her. He said that his family had been making their strawberry wine for at least 100 years, and that they had done things a certain way. Everything, from the growing of the strawberries, to the beekeeping, to the making of the wine, to the handling of the wine after it's been bottled, had a family secret that had been handed down from generation to generation that no other wine company has ever figured out how to do, and that the only people who they have ever told about this secret was Preston II and Preston III, but they did not say how they had done it. They only said that they were able to do it, and both Prestons, being good men who valued friendship and loyalty, did not press the issue. Over the years, the Preston Newberrys had become great friends, first with Rogelio and Antonia, and then with Manuel and Gabriella, and also with him, and that none of the Newberry wives had ever been told about the longevity that was possible with Newberry Falls wine. Preston II and Manuel had worked together to secure this location and to have this house built with a wine cellar deep in the ground. At the time, it was the first house built in this location. Nobody was around to see what was being built here. The idea was to stockpile some wine at this location because California has earthquakes and mudslides and forest fires, and they would always be a threat to the Newberry farm, and it would be good to have a backup supply just in case they needed it. By the time that Prohibition had started, there was already 2,000 bottles in the wine cellar below this house. Unlike so many people of that day, Preston Newberry II was not trying to stockpile to cheat Prohibition. When the Prohibition law took effect, Newberry Falls stopped producing wine, and they turned to other productions, such as strawberry sodas and jellies. Because only a few people knew about this house, it was well hidden away from the mobsters who would have gladly raided this house for their criminal enterprises. Prohibition came and went, and when it ended, some of the bottles that were in this house were sold, but not many. It didn't take long to switch production at the farm. It turns out that in the contracts for Newberry Falls wine, partial ownership goes to the Gutierrez family, and that at any time, Enrique could have enforced that contract and maintained his employment or some sort of financial control with the company. Cornelia could not shut him out if he wanted to fight her. But Enrique asked Shelley what she wanted him to do, because he felt it was really her decision. Shelley just wanted to go to college and become a veterinarian and raise her baby, and she was still hoping that Fostoria would be able to join her now that they had a place to live. But that wasn't to be. It was getting late into Shelley's pregnancy, and Fostoria was working very hard to try to get things caught up at the farm so that he could join her. But he was working too hard. Unfortunately, he came down with a sickness, a fungal infection of the lungs known as valley fever. It's not necessarily a killer if it's treated, but because Fostoria was working so hard, and because Cornelia wouldn't let him let up, because she needed him to tend both the fields and the winemaking, his condition just got worse. And one day, it overtook him, and he died. To make matters worse, Shelley didn't find out right away. There was no reason for Cornelia to let her know about Fostoria, and even if she wanted to, Shelley had not given Cornelia any way to contact her. Enrique helped Shelley to get some furniture for the baby's room, and was staying with her while they waited for the baby. And the day came when Shelley went into labor and gave birth to a daughter. The plan had always been that Shelley would name the child something other than Deschler or Newberry, to try to prevent Cornelia from sticking her nose in. Shelley didn't want her baby to be involved in any way with the winery. She named my last name after a man she loved, who supported her and was a good man. Preston. The plan was that when Shelley and Fostoria got married, then they would legally change my name. About a month after I was born, there was an article in the newspaper about how Newberry Falls was looking for farm hands and winemakers after the tragic death of Fostoria Deschler. My mother was devastated. Thankfully, Enrique was there for her and for me. He sold his farm, and he did what a good best friend would do. He moved in with her, and he helped raise me. He was my Uncle Enrique, and he was very good to both of us. My mother was able to continue to go to college while Enrique did odd jobs. And then Shelley, my mother, and then Shelley. Are you okay, Mom? Shelley, time began to pass. I was a little bit of a handful for my mother. I kept her busy. I kept both of them busy. Time began to pass. Enrique and my mother began to settle in as I grew. But at the same time, time was passing elsewhere. And others were trying to recover from the loss of Fostoria. Shelley wasn't the only one feeling the loss of Fostoria. Cornelia had hired some farmhands and some winemakers, but none of them measured up to her standards. Well-qualified farmers and winemakers were applying and being hired, but they didn't have the recipe for the Gutierrez wine, and they didn't have the Gutierrez method for growing more strawberries in a smaller field. And Cornelia had a short temper with everyone. And if they weren't measuring up, she would get right in their face and belittle them. They just wouldn't put up with it. And word travels fast that you didn't want to work for her. It just wasn't worth it. To make matters worse for Cornelia, all her buyers were turning on her. She was running low on stock, and the new bottles of wine just didn't measure up to what the buyers were used to getting. It wasn't the same wine, and the buyers were threatening to stop buying wine from her if she couldn't fix the problem. Now, just exactly how it happened is controversial. From what was said by one of the maids, it's believed that Cornelia and Isabel had gone to the cellar to take inventory of the bottles. Apparently, the triplets had followed them down, and they decided to mess around with the winemaking machines in a misguided attempt to try to make wine themselves. Without warning, at least one of the boilers exploded, and it was a chain reaction with all those bottles of flammable liquid It was almost instantaneous. Everything exploded, and all 5 of them perished in the blast. It truly was the end of the Newberry farm. Shelley had no intentions of rebuilding. She had lost enough, and it was time to let it go. She still kept the bottles in the wine cellar here, but she kept the door locked and never went in there. And it wasn't until I was about your age she told me it existed. Shelley signed over control of Newberry Falls to a competing company, and by doing so, there was no way for her to sell these bottles and make any profit. Besides, had she told anyone about the longevity of the wine, they most surely would have bothered Enrique about his family's secret winemaking techniques, and she didn't want that for him. That was for him to decide if he ever wanted to tell somebody. The one thing that she did want to do was to start a strawberry garden, to not only be able to keep growing strawberries with Enrique, but also to keep her memories alive of the days she was farming the strawberries with Fostoria. So they planted the strawberries, and over the years, I would plant them with them. And when I was old enough, she told me about my dad. Uncle Enrique also taught me the beekeeping, but over the years, I've let go of that. I just haven't been in the condition that's required to care for those bees. My mother and Enrique would make products with some of the strawberries and sell some of those to people in the neighborhood or at farm markets. And sometimes they would donate to poorer people. That's one thing about the way that he grew these strawberries. We always had plenty, but he never let any go to waste. But the winemaking was done. My mother got through college, and she did become a vet, and she was happy, and we had a good life. No one really worried about the bills around here. The house was paid for, but because the wine cellar is there, we can't sell this house. It needs to stay in the family. Mom, are you okay? That's it for the Newberry story. You haven't pulled all the plants yet, have you? No, we still have those 4 back there. Good, because we need to leave those. I think we need to keep the garden going here. You're right, Tiffany. We should keep that garden going. And if Harold would like to help you, that would be good.
Yeah, I'm still interested in learning how to do that Gutierrez method. I'd like to be able to grow enough to give to some poor people. I've always wanted to make a community garden, something to help some people.
Young man, I like that idea. It's getting late, but we can go outside. We can at least plant a few strawberries, and we'll carry on the tradition here. That sounds great, Mom. And so we went to the backyard, and we each planted a few of the strawberries. And Mom told Harold that when the new strawberries sprouted, she'd show him how to start making the cage materials to get the plants to grow vertically. And we left the 4 that were already still there so he could use those as reference, and also to make sure that this truly was a continuation of the garden that was already there. And then it was time for Harold to go. I walked with him to the front of the house. I said, been a long day. Yeah, it has been. It was fun. Thanks for teaching me how to dance. Yeah, I got a couple moves. Hey, you really got some great ideas, Harold. I really do want to help you with them. You're a really great guy. Just want to tell you that I hope you never change. Don't let anybody ever change you. Well, you're really great too. Don't let anybody ever change you. You got a deal. I wanted so much to just grab onto him and never let him go. But he had to go. And he got on his bike and rode away. I wanted to shout for him to come back, but I had to go back in. I needed to go talk to my mother some more.
Time out. I'm gonna go warm up my coffee and stuff like that. I'll be right back. So, we have a little bit of an audience right now, and I am very thankful for that. If you are watching this right now, thank you for joining in. When I made this episode, I mean, just like everything that I've done with this series, when I made it 2 years ago, you know, I was putting a lot of myself into this. You know, a lot of this stuff, you know, like classes that I'd had in school, you know, things that, you know, maybe I have experienced or hadn't experienced, or, you know, but wanted to, or, you know, just all kinds of things like that. But as I was making this series, you know, I'm a shy person. And a few years ago, I wouldn't have even tried talking in a video on YouTube. And it took quite the evolutionary bit to go from hearing my own voice to recording episodes of playing XCOM, to playing the truck driving game, to making these episodes, and, you know, like making the PB Sim stuff, and then, you know, making the Stu Spudman stuff, and then working on this. And I am an emotional person. I'm 49 years old. I'm still emotional. Okay, I don't hide my emotions. I'm, you know, I mean, hell, I was wiping my damn eyes a few minutes ago just watching this, and I know how it turns out. You know, just. But I put everything I had into this upcoming bit. I wasn't holding back. I was trying to be real with it. And I hope you can tell. Here goes.
To make sure she was okay. When I walked back in, my mother was sitting at the table with a pile of mail. And she said, "Tiffany Grace Hilliard, we need to talk." "What is it, Mom?" "There's a letter from the school here." "You're taking drama." "Yes." "I was doing it to help Ivy out. But it turns out I like it. I like my teacher. I know you don't think much of drama class. Don't think anybody around here is gonna make it. Tiffany, I'm sorry. I've said some things over the years I wish I didn't say. Is Harold in drama class? Mom? He wasn't. But he is. And right now he's all the drama. Well, daughter of mine, I haven't been much of a mother to you. But if drama's what you like, then you might as well knock him dead. There's a letter in here, in addition to the permission slip. Your teacher, Miss Bird. Tells me that you danced in one of her plays. And you had the lead role. Yeah, I auditioned as a dancer. And then we had to rewrite the play. Because she doesn't have much of a budget. I wish I could have seen that. I wish that too, Mom. If you'd like, I'll ask Miss Bird if she's got a videotape of it. I'm sure she does. I'd love to see that. Are you wanting to be an actress? Is that your dream? Mom, I don't really know yet. I'm giving all kinds of things a try. I'm still trying to find my way. There's a lot of complications right now in my life. A lot of things are coming together. And a lot of things are falling apart. Sometimes I can't figure out which one's which. I know, Tiffany. I feel the way. I feel the same way. Yeah, I wish I was a better mother. My son hates me. No, he doesn't hate you. I'm sure he's just giving his freedom a test drive. And he's trying to figure out his life, too. I don't know where he's at. But he'll figure it out. Mama. I'm so sorry you lost Daddy. I'm sorry that made you sad. And I hope that Uncle Donald is making you happy. And that you are feeling better soon. Whatever you're doing, please keep doing it. And if you need me, you just let me know. Tiffany, it's not just Daddy. Every time I look at you, I see her. I see her beautiful face. I see her beautiful face. As she got sick. And as she died. Mama who? Do you mean Grandma? Yes, Tiffany. Shelly got cancer when I was about your age. And she died. It destroyed her. She tried to fight, but she lost. And every time I look at you, I see her. And I'm filled with joy. that are filled with devastation. We're watching her suffer. I miss her so much. Yeah, I had kids. And I was starting to get happy. And then Daddy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Tiffany. I love you so much. I'm a disgrace. You're not a disgrace. You never were. You didn't get a chance to be the mom that you could have been. But you're still my mom. And I'm always gonna love you. Always. Always. Always.
Oh boy. I don't know if I can do this. That's another one where I might know the words. Well, I know the words, I just haven't sung it a whole lot. So I'm probably gonna mess it up. But it is what it is. The tears you cry, tears I cannot dry. Know what you're going through. My heart goes out to you. I can say, take the pain away. Not sure what to do. My heart goes out to you. You know I feel so sad to see you hurt so bad. Will spread their wings over everything. Nothing no one knows why things go the way they go. Never have a clue. My heart goes out to you. When you're all gone, you need someone, be a friend you need, like you've been to me. I see the tears you cried, but then we'll all be dry. But until they do, my heart goes out to you. Heart goes out to you. Oh, Lord. Yeah, it's amazing how I can make up characters and stories and things that didn't actually happen. Just, you know, nobody's actually died. Nobody's actually done any of this stuff. But like I said, I put everything I had into that. And it's 2 years later, and just watching this, you know. Anyway, I appreciate you being around. Let's get on with episode 10. It's the last episode I did.
Welcome to World Without You. Welcome. If you watched the previous videos, you already know what to do with the music. To say the least, I was floored by what my mother had told me. I hadn't seen a picture of Shelley. I'd always been scared to ask her anything about the past, because she was always so sad. I didn't dare ask her about Daddy. Or anyone else. I just didn't want to upset her. I always felt like I was somehow protecting her. After our conversation, I guess we did what came natural to us. We went to watch the TV. But somehow this felt different. It felt like I was with a friend. A long-lost friend. Or maybe a new one. I wish I could remember what show or movie we watched. I was still trying to wrap my head around the story she had just told me. About the Newberries, and the Gutierrez, and all the life and death. I just couldn't help but wonder. Was my life any different? Or better? Or worse? I come away thinking, I've got a strawberry garden, and I would need to make sure that nothing happened to it. We chatted a tiny bit while watching the TV, like one would do while watching with someone. More than anything, I just wanted to keep her company. I couldn't believe it. She had resisted opening that bottle. It must have been killing her. After a while, she fell asleep. And as tired as I wasn't able to. I just sat there reflecting and pondering. So much had happened in the past year. And so much was suddenly happening. And I just wanted to figure it out. I came so close to making the breakthrough with Harold. but it didn't happen. Couldn't help but feel a little anger towards my mother for interrupting that moment with Harold. But I was also so thankful that it happened, because I got to know my mother a little better. And all these stories of people finding love, or a chance at love, and losing it. What was the right answer? Miss Norwood and Miss Kimbrough and my mother and Shelley. It's just so hard to figure out. When is it really love? Am I right to hold back and be afraid to be hurt like I was with Grant? And am I right to try not to hurt Ivy? Or am I right that she's not in love and that Harold deserves better? And what does Harold want? Does he want me? They say only time will tell. But how much time? How much time? At some point I did fall asleep. My mother must have gotten up and gone to another room. I was awakened by a TV commercial. I had heard the commercial quite often, but it was always a blur. I just remember the lady and her British accent and not much else. In the middle of the commercial, I heard my mother say something about breakfast.
Do you live here? Do your children play here? Want better? Nothing can stop our wildest dreams. Contact
Good morning.
Civil Engineer 555 Good Life.
I made you breakfast at Tiffany's.
Let's build this together.
She had made some eggs and toast. It had been so long since my mother had cooked anything for me. But it was clear that she was trying to make up for lost time. And I was gladly indulging her. She said that she was sorry for saying what she said last night about seeing her mother when she looks at me, and that she hoped it doesn't mess me up too much. I must admit that it still haunts me. But it's what she said next that made all the difference. She said that was the first time she had cried in years. She had held it in. She didn't remember crying after Shelley passed. She was trying so hard to be brave for her. And after Daddy, she was trying to be brave for us. She had held it in. And after a while, she just couldn't feel it. The wine had kept her from feeling it. Is Harold your boyfriend? Harold's my friend. He's Ivy's boyfriend. He's going to the homecoming dance with Ivy, and he asked me to show him how to slow dance so he could dance nice for her. But you want him to be your boyfriend? Yes, so your best friend's got your boy. She sure does. Well, something about the way he looks at you. She may be your best friend, but you're my daughter, and I'm in your corner. You've had my back for years. It's about time I had yours. Would you mind indulging me a few favors? I laid out an outfit on your bed, something I should have been doing for you when you were younger. I know I did it a few times, but I really miss it. And after you put that on, I'm going to ask another favor. Mom? Of course I will. So I went to my room and put on the clothes that she had laid out. And when I returned, she said, "Do you mind if I do your hair? Maybe a little bit of something different will catch his eye." We went to the bathroom. She put my hair into a French twist, the same as she was wearing. And when I came out of the bathroom, I looked exactly like I do right now, minus a few wrinkles. Turns out this outfit was one of Shelley's favorite outfits. And it was one of mine too. I had worn it the previous year. While looking for something to wear for Magic Street, I came across this outfit in the basement. Miss Bird thought it was perfect. I was really looking forward to letting my mom see the videotape, so I made sure to send Ellie a text to ask if she could bring a tape for my mother. She did respond that she does have one and would bring it. And then she told me to go knock him dead, and I went outside to wait for him and Ivy to come walking by. It seemed like it was taking longer than usual for Harold and Ivy to show up. I texted Harold to see if there was a problem, and he said that Ivy wasn't answering the door. So I walked to Ivy's house to see what was going on. When I got there, Harold was standing out front. The house looked dark, as if nobody was home.
I don't know, when I got here, house looked dark like this, and, nobody's answering the door. When I text her, she's not answering either. I tried calling, but I'm not getting no answer.
That's strange, Harold. I said, well, let's give the door a try one more time, in case they're all asleep. Maybe the power went out or something. I tried knocking on the door and ringing a bell, but nobody answered. I tried texting and calling her. Nope, I'm getting voicemail. I'll leave a message. Ivy, Harold and I are at your house and you're not answering. We're wondering what's going on. Hope everything's okay. Let me know. Tried to tell Harold not to worry, but I was worried too. This was really strange. And I was really getting worried, especially with how Ivy's been acting lately. It was hard looking at Harold with that worried look on his face. I tried to call her again, but I got voicemail again. I just couldn't help but feel bad for him. But we had no choice. We had to just continue on without her. Seemed like a really long walk. Neither of us were really in the mood to talk about much other than wondering what might have happened. I think at one point I said, maybe they went on a little trip without telling anybody. Sometimes families do that. They just decide to up and go away for a break. Yeah, I hope it's something like that. Besides, she needs a little vacation. When we got to school, Ivy wasn't there either. I'd been hoping maybe her parents would have dropped her off if they'd have been somewhere else. But she wasn't there, and all we could do was just go to class. Maybe the parents had called the school. Hopefully we'd find out something. When we got to art class, Ivy wasn't there either. I asked Miss Stone if she knew anything about Ivy. She said that she hadn't been notified of anything, but she would check when she got a moment. Miss Stone had the room set up with tables and chairs. Harold and I took our seats at a table that had some balls of clay sitting on them. It looked like we were going to have another day of something other than painting. Miss Stone left the room to go to the office. I was upset with myself. I should have known what was going on with her. I should have been being a better friend to her. How can her best friend not know what she was upset about? How come she hadn't already told me? Maybe she told Jamie something. All I could do was hope that everything was okay with her. Hopefully nobody in her family was hurt or sick or worse. When she came back, she said that the office hadn't heard anything yet. Ivy's parents hadn't called. Miss Stone then stood in front of the class and played around with a ball of clay as she talked about what we would be doing. I've got a few items on the table here to use as inspiration for something you might wish to make with your clay. You can try to make one of those, or you can make something on your own. You're free to create. Just relax and have fun. And that's what we did. Or at least I was trying to. I was glad that we were sitting down and having a chance to just relax and do something. I probably would have been a little too jittery to try painting. It took Harold and I a while to get started. But eventually we got focused and we both started making something. I sat there staring at the ceramic rabbit on the table. It reminded me of creative writing from the day before, when I had the rabbit sitting on my desk, and how Harold had brought that alliteration out of me. So I decided to try to make a rabbit. Harold made the statue bust, and he did a really good job of it too. Marissa made the teapot. Dean must have been inspired by the miniature skyscrapers or something. He made an Eiffel Tower, a really good one. Miss Stone had sat behind us and worked on a piece of clay herself. She made some sort of 5-pointed star that kind of looked like a crystal. It reminded me of the play I was trying to work on, that I wasn't sure if I was actually going to do now, at least not for the reasons I was going to be doing it. I still needed to write stories for class, or come up with ideas to give to Ellie, and I still wanted to help Marissa. This worrying over Ivy was making me not want to hurt her when she did come back. When I got to baking class, Ivy wasn't there either. Mrs. Norwood hadn't heard anything from the office. By that point, we were just hoping that her family had gone on a trip, some fall getaway, just forgotten to take their phones, or left them at home on purpose, or maybe they were too far for the signal to reach. Back then, it wasn't as easy to reach somebody with a cell phone. There were a lot of areas where you wouldn't get a signal. Mrs. Norwood asked us how we were doing on our projects. Everybody seemed to respond in the positive. I wanted to get a chance to ask Jamie and Maribel if they knew anything, but class had already started. Mrs. Norwood said that today we would be working on pies, and that we would once again draw names to pair off, and that each group would make 2 different pies. As she was talking, I heard a knock at the door, and a familiar voice say, "You got room in that can for one more name?" And as she turned to see who it was, her face lit up. "Sequoia Redden, is that you? You are most welcome to put your name in the can." Sequoia had been out running errands, and she decided she'd stop by the school and give us a visit. I thought it was pretty cool that she was going to get to join in with us. I was wondering who she'd get paired with. When we went to draw the names, Dean paired up with Jamie, and Harold got Marissa. Maribel drew Sequoia, and that left Mrs. Norwood to pair with me. And then we drew the pies. Sequoia and Maribel had blueberry pie and key lime pie. Harold and Marissa got banana cream pie and lemon meringue. Dean and Jamie got chocolate pie and a strawberry pie. I drew sweet potato pie, and Mrs. Norwood drew raspberry pie. Mrs. Norwood said she had most of the ingredients already prepped this time around, since it was still the first week. But the next time around when we would do pies, we'd do them completely from scratch. While our pies were baking, we all gathered round and Sequoia told us all about her bakery. We got to ask her questions, and it was a nice surprise. And it definitely helped keep my mind off of Ivy for a little while. So my reason for being here, other than just paying a visit, is to say thank you to Harold and Tiffany for coming by my bakery yesterday and helping me out of a jam. My other reason for coming is that I stopped by one of my suppliers today, the Starlight Mills flour mill. I've become good friends with Tracy, who works at the mill, and she says that they don't normally give tours, but that if some of you can go tomorrow at 1 p.m., they've got a machine that's down for maintenance, and she'd be willing to give a private tour. Mrs. Norwood said that it was too short notice for this to be an official school field trip. There was no way they could get permission slips and a bus. She said that this would have to be something that we went to on our own time by taking ourselves or having a parent take us. She wouldn't be able to drive us because she's not supposed to be driving students. But she did say that she would be there. The flour mill tour sounded like fun. I was just hoping that somehow Harold and I could both go. I found myself also wishing that Ivy would be there, just so I would know that she's okay. Baking class ended, and it was time for lunch. And if things weren't already interesting, they would soon take another turn. I was getting to spend the whole day with Harold, and we'd be once again sitting with him at lunch. But this was one of the hardest lunches I've ever sat through. I was worried about Ivy, but trying to talk to him, trying to cheer him up, seeing that look on his face of how worried he was. That look on his face was killing me. I couldn't stand to see him like that. I could tell he really cared for her. I just didn't know the words to say to him. And it definitely wasn't the time to tell him anything else. We both kept checking our phones to see if we had any word from Ivy. There was no answer. Harold had ordered a hamburger, and after trying to figure out what I wanted, I decided on a bowl of chili. I hadn't had chili in quite a while. Marissa and Dean sat next to us, but for the most part they were talking to each other. I needed to think of something to talk to them about. The only thing I could think of was, I mentioned that it was cool that Sequoia had come to visit and got to bake with us. And that got him talking a little bit. That bowl of chili was good, but eating that together with a can of grape soda, combined with the way my nerves were feeling, may not have been the best choice. It backed up on me a little bit, and I needed to go get a drink of water. The drinking fountain was located across from the teacher's lounge. As I bent down to take a drink, I could hear what sounded like raised voices and shouting coming from the lounge. I couldn't quite make out what was being said. It sounded like some people in there were very angry and upset. And then I heard the door about to open, so I turned away. One of the teachers left and headed down the hall. When they got to the end of the hall, they muttered some profanities to themselves, and then they walked towards me, and I could see that it was Fiona. Something must have been really wrong to be upsetting her. I don't know if she saw me or not, but she went into her classroom. I had to go ask if she was okay. When I walked in, Fiona was up by her blackboard, just staring at it. Something had to be very wrong. She looked so upset and lost. What could be troubling her? Fiona, are you okay? I could tell she was trying to answer me, but afraid that the tears would come. Hi, Tiff. It's the usual. When you're a teacher, they're always talking about budget cuts. It's just reality. When you're a teacher. Especially when you teach something that's not as popular as other things. There's too many on the school board. And too many parents that just don't support some of the less popular subjects. Every time they talk about budget cuts, it seems that the music, the arts, all the creative things end up on the chopping block. Nobody knows what's happening yet. But there's a chance that some of us could lose our jobs. And I'm scared. I love being a teacher. It's probably the best decision I ever made to become a teacher. And maybe what I teach isn't as important as scoring touchdowns. But learning how to add 2 plus 2. But I really feel like this world needs stories. without somebody telling stories. Well, I think we'd be lost. But I'm also scared for the other teachers. They might cut their classes. And they might lose their jobs too. It's just so scary. Oh, I don't mean to trouble you with this. You're still young. I don't want to discourage you. It's all right, Fiona. I understand. And I agree with you. If there's anything I can do, let me know. Well, there's not much to be done right now, but we'll wait and see what happens. There might be something yet. Thank you for offering. I like that dress you're wearing. Thanks. I found out it's my grandmother's. It was her favorite outfit. I can see why. It looks great on you. The ringing of the school bell seemed to snap her out of it, if only for a moment. She took a moment to collect herself, and I helped her straighten up a little bit and get ready for the students to walk in. And I sat down in anticipation for what was probably going to be a nice lesson from my friend. Everybody got settled in. We were waiting for Miss Kimbrough to start the class. But I could see she was having trouble coming up with the words to get going. I was trying to come up with some way to help her. Good afternoon, class. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. I hope you'll forgive me. I'm having a little bit of trouble getting started. Trying to remember what I wanted to say. Miss Kimbrough? Yes, Tiffany. Do you have a favorite story that you wrote? Is there one that you could tell us? I didn't know if she had a story or not. I knew she probably wanted to give a lesson today, but it was all I could think of to help her. It seemed to work, though. Her face changed to a really determined look, and I could see the passion building. She told us a story of Cloud Dancer, a unicorn from the planet Perplacia that was bullied by horses because they thought she was also a horse with a funny looking horn sticking out of her head. But then she was given a quest to go find others like her in order to save her planet.
So, this is a cover song. It's the last song that I've done for this series because I haven't had any other episodes after this. But it's Melinda singing the John Fogerty Creedence song. Have you ever seen the rain? I don't remember if I know all the words or not. But I'll give it a try. But that's what it is. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down a sunny day? Told me long ago, time before the storm. I know it is coming for so long, for some time. We play, rain and sunny day. I know, coming down like water. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? The days before, though the rain is hot, I know. Oh, right. Done that way for all my time. Ever on it goes, country fast and slow. I know, can't stop. I wonder. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? Do, 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 do. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? I wanna know, ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? I wanna know, Have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know. Have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? And now comes the cliffhanger.
And that was called Dancing in the Purple Clouds. So, in my story, did anybody spot any of our technical terms? Like, did I use some alliteration? Was there a subplot? It really was a great story. She loved telling it. I really liked the story because the horse that was the worst bully had to go with the unicorn on the quest to find the others like her. I'm glad I was able to help Fiona get through the class. But I was still a wreck. I still didn't know where Ivy was, or how to help Harold with his feelings, let alone my own. All I could do was go to my usual place. I just had to collect myself enough to get to drama class and see what today's lesson in drama would be. Thank you for watching episode 10 of World Without You.
I don't even see a start for doing episode 11. That was... when was that? And that was several months between episode 9 and 10 being released. Let's see, what was that? November of 23, March of 24. And that kind of happened because there was a day or so when I couldn't get the internet to connect, like the power had been out or something. And I had nothing else I could do, so I worked on the episode. I couldn't do a live stream or any of that, so I worked on the episode and got it done. But it's been over a year since I've worked on that. Because I've been doing all this live streaming, and I come home and I want to get on the live stream, and you know, I don't care whether it's one person or 10 or 60. I want to stream something. I want to play The Sims. I want to play with truck driving. I want to do something, and especially this series here, the beauty magazine thing. You know, I'm really into it, but it's really hard to. I can't do that story in this world. I can have some of the characters mingle in, and if I ever finish that story and decided who did what, yeah, I could probably easily add Tiffany at some age into this, whether it's the younger version or the older version, and add in her daughter Belinda. But there's things with the other characters that I can't spoil. So I don't know how I'll make the rest of them episodes, but one way or another, I'll figure something out. But every day I go to work, I get in the car and I put in that CD, and Ace. I've got like her. It's like the gold 3 CD collection thing, and it's just I don't listen to the radio. I don't listen to commercials unless I'm listening to the Tigers or the Lions game. So I've been listening to her music for at least 5 days a week for at least 2 years now. I'm not tired of it. I got unfinished business. There's songs that I couldn't use that I need to use still. Because there's scenes that are gonna... There's scenes coming up where it's like... They're gonna be like getting knocked out like 4 of them in one episode type thing. And... I couldn't just like use any old song. So that's why I had to, throw a cover song in there. Now I figured out a way to use that cover song, but I don't want to do the series without the music. The music inspired the series, and I gotta have the music. So, I don't know. But that is the World Without You series. Anybody wants to go and look at that. I mean, I put the playlist links in the chat there. But, one of them goes to this All Songs playlist. As I was going along and making episodes, I was making smaller playlists, to make things a little easier, to find the episodes. So it's like in the descriptions of each video for World Without You, which is this playlist here, it'll say like, click on the episode 3 playlist for the episode 3 video. But there's also the All Songs playlist. I mean, let me put it this way. This here says episode 10 songs. Well, it's not the episode 10 songs. But what this is a bunch of songs that I haven't used yet. Some that I did, but somewhere they're going to be in there somewhere. Yep. So, yep. Somehow I'll figure that out, but at the moment, not so much. But here's Miss Carol Fiona Kimbrough. Oh, by the way, if anybody was watching earlier, one second here. If anybody was watching earlier when we were doing the episode where she was talking about how her first name is something other than Fiona and why she was getting teased and all that for her first name, well, I forget what the other stuff was. That's right. I remember now. The main thing was the movie Carrie. They're all gonna laugh at me, so kids were teasing her about the movie Carrie, because her name's Carol. And they might have also been teasing her because of Carol O'Connor, Archie Bunker. Might have been teasing her, oh, you're Archie Bunker or something, maybe they were calling her Carol Burnett. Oh, are you like, But anyway, she was being tormented, so she'd rather be called Fee Fi Fo Fum than Bloody Carrie. She's definitely one of my favorite characters. I just, I really like how some of that came out, I just love how, how was your salad? Like, she don't care you F-bombed her. How was your salad? Did you eat a salad? Do you enjoy your lunch? Because that's totally, like Mr. Rogers would do. That calming presence, just, But, so I need to get to bed because I need to wake up later and do the next episode. Now, today's episode's not going to be able to go all night like this one because this week on Sunday and Monday I'm working mornings both days. So today being Saturday, I can't stay up all night because I'll have to sleep. So, but there will be an episode later today. Depending on how the Lions game's going, because I did go ahead and buy myself the Hulu with the football so I could occasionally watch a Lions game if I'm home to watch it. So I might watch that before I get into the stream. So, but one way or another, there'll be a stream sometime 4 o'clock or after. You know, so I apologize if anybody was looking forward to seeing more of the current series here. We did a little bit. Everybody here is now maxed out on their writing skill. So it's just a matter of figuring out what I want them to be writing as far as articles. And going and getting a look at some of them other people that we had in here doing some writing and figuring out what they might be writing. You know, it's just the idea of what they're writing. I may or may not actually write anything ever, but it's the idea of what they would be contributing. Like, you know, Fiona, she's got newspaper experience, she's got creative writing experience, she's got teaching experience. You know, there's all sorts of things she could be writing. She's traveled to Paris, or at least France. You know, so, you know, it just, I will not be exploring whether or not she got back together with Manny in this series, though. That is something that will have to be decided in World Without You. So, but as such, she's not, I'm not, you know, something pops up, you know, hey, I've been thinking about dating somebody, whatever. Like, nope, you ain't doing that. You are single in this, the only way you're getting somebody is if I finish that other story and it turns out in the other story you somehow got with somebody in the other story, and then they will be added to this story. It's the only way that's happening for Fiona Kimbrough. A story within a story. Yep. So, yep. Okay, let's get you guys over here. Just so you're not standing out there when I start the episode. Figure out what we're doing with them, but... let's have you want to click on this just so that you're doing it. I don't know. You know, hey, hey, Daniel. Well, I can't complain. You know, you know, yeah, I can't complain. But, this will be, we're going to end this one here. Now, I don't think I've shown, there's a lot of like episodes like 2 and 3 and 4 I might not have shown of that. So, maybe at some point, one of these days, I'll go back through and show some of that stuff. But, for the most part, we're caught up on that. Doesn't mean we don't have other stories to go back and watch. Got lots of Stu Spudman things and whatnot to show if I felt like it. Yep, catch you later too. I gotta get to bed so I can sleep enough to wake up for the Lions game. So right now that gives me 4.5 hours tops. That's all. Yep, 4.5 hours. Well, that's because I wanted to get through World Without You. People were watching, and I provided. I don't know if that's what y'all wanted to watch, but you were watching it. So I was content to show the content. I just always find it funny that, finally I got around in episode 10 to saying, apologies for any audio issues, yet by then I had fixed whatever it was that had happened in them earlier episodes. I just haven't been able to do anything about them earlier episodes. So, yeah, thank y'all for watching. I really appreciate you being here. I mean, even when I'm at my worst, you guys are still watching. I don't know. I mean, when I'm a wreck, so I got. So thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. Whether you're watching right now or you're somebody watching in the future, hello to everybody. And I hope everybody has a good day and a good night and a good day and a good minute and a good hour and, all that good stuff. And hope to see you all in the next one you're able to make it to. And I hope at that time it's enjoyable too. I hope you enjoy whatever it is that you're watching at a given time. Until then, bye-bye for now.